So, Torah portion key Teitzei. The way this Torah portion comes across to me, I actually really like this Torah portion, and it reminds me of Torah portion Mishpatim. Mishpatim being Yehovah's justices. This Torah portion, again, is just a collection of his laws. But I really like these Torah portions because they give us an insight into who he actually is, what he thinks is just, what he says is right. And when we're faced with these things, when we come across these things in the Torah, sometimes they'll challenge us. Sometimes we're not going to agree with Yehovah's morality because, surprise, surprise, we're not Elohim. And it's in those moments that we're challenged with either you're going to accept what he's got to say, or you're going to decide to reject him. You disagree with his morality. So there's actually a whole load of laws that will come up in this Torah portion that are all of that ilk that people seem to have a problem with. So it's an interesting Torah portion, and he shows us what is just in his eyes. He tells us what's right. We're told in Psalm 103 that he tells Moshe his ways. He taught Moshe his ways, how he is and what he thinks is a good way to be, or what is objectively a good way to be. So we can be challenged when we come to these things. It's going to be a 4-part Torah portion. In the first part, I'm going to look at how exactly we come to conclusions about things, because often when people challenge Yehovah's word, they'll do it on the basis of what they will call science. Okay, they'll say, this is what science says, So I'm going to have a look at the idea of what science says and how we can know what science says, and is that a reliable metric? And if science does say something which is against Yehovah's word, what does that actually mean anyway? Okay, so we're going to look at Yehovah's word compared to the wisdom of men. So that's going to be the first part, and that's going to set the stage for the last 3 parts, which will be all of the laws in the Torah portion. So we'll get started because part 1 might be quite long. Okay, Deuteronomy 21 verse 10 says, when you go out to fight against your enemies, and Yehovah your Elohim has given them into your hand, and you have taken them captive, and have seen among the captives a woman fair of form, and have delighted in her, and taken her for your wife. So at this point she's betrothed. Then you have brought her home to your house, and she shaved her head, and trimmed her nails, and put aside the raiment of her captivity, and has dwelt in your house, and mourned her father and her mother a moon of days. And after that, you do go into her and have married her, and she's been your wife. So it says, literally in the Hebrew, it says a moon of days. Often that's translated as a month of days in the English. A Hebrew month would be a chodesh. A pagan month would be a moon. Okay, so the cycle of the moon. So this is a moon of days, and this is a woman that you've taken from among the Gentiles. Not by force, but you've taken her to be your wife. You've seen somebody and you've thought, I want to marry that person. Now, when a battle had concluded, if the opposing army had lost, you can see throughout history, throughout historical sources, that the women would beautify themselves so that they were appealing to their captors so that they didn't get killed. Now, Yehovah would not command the women to be killed in this instance, but Yehovah puts a check and a balance on this. He says, look, if you see someone and you delight in them, you don't just jump into a marriage with them, okay? You take them home and you allow them to do this, okay? She has shaved her head, okay, trimmed her nails, and she's taken off the stuff that she's beautified herself with. She's dwelt in your house for a moon of days. So you're talking 28, 29 days that she'll be dwelling in your house. And after that, you do go into her and have married her. Okay, again, it's not a non-consensual thing. But after that period of time, if you still want to marry, then you marry. You'll notice that she's got to shave her head. Okay, now this is different than for us. This is somebody who is a Gentile. This is somebody who is of the nations. For us, we're told, do not cut yourselves, nor shave the front of your head for the dead. For you are a set-apart people to Yehovah your Elohim, and Yehovah has chosen you to be a people for himself, a treasured possession above all the peoples who are on the face of the earth. So for us, we're set apart, and we're given laws from Yehovah that apply to us because we are set apart. They don't apply to the Gentiles. We're specifically told when these laws are given, you can't do these things because you're set apart. And then elsewhere in the Torah, we're specifically told when it's a woman of the Gentiles, let her do this as a morning practice. And it's not a chodesh of days, it's a moon of days. So you're to allow her to do that. The reason we can't do it is because we are holy or set apart to Yehovah. We saw when we went through Deuteronomy 14, whatever dies of itself, give it to the stranger or sell it to a foreigner, for you are a set-apart people. So it would be illegal under the Torah for us to eat of this animal. And we looked at whether or not you would want to give it to somebody of another nation if it's not good for us. But the point being, it's not illegal under the Torah for them to do it because they're not set apart. We are set apart. Exodus 22:31, you are set apart men to me. Do not eat any meat which is torn in pieces in the field. You throw it to the dogs. Some people see that as a reference to the Gentiles. It's not how I would read it, but the Gentiles are referred to as dogs in other places in the scripture. So I think that's been torn to pieces in the field. Again, we can't eat it. So either way it is with the Gentiles, we can't eat it because we are set apart. When it comes to the Sabbath, you speak to the children of Israel, saying, my Sabbath you are to cherish by all means, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations to know that I, Yehovah, am setting you apart. So for us, it is sin to break the Sabbath. For the Gentiles, they're not all sinning against Yehovah if they break the Sabbath. Now, that doesn't mean that we can get a Gentile to work for us, because part of what is sin for us is getting somebody else to do work on our behalf. But the Gentiles who are just going about today and they're just doing work, they're not sinning against Yehovah because they're not set apart to him, and it's not a sign between them and Yehovah. So the Gentiles and us, we have different standards. Okay, and that's one of the things that I want to look at in this first part, because people who are set apart to Yehovah go about taking the standards of the Gentiles and the things that the Gentiles believe, and they apply them to themselves. And they go about being set apart to Yehovah and yet being involved in what is common and what is profane. Ezekiel 10-12 says, so I took them out of the land of Mizraim, I brought them into the wilderness, I gave them my laws and showed them my judgments, which if a man does, he shall live by them. And I also gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between them and me. Why? To know that I am Yehovah who sets them apart. It's something that's been given to us by Yehovah. Leviticus 11:43-45 says, do not make yourselves abominable with any creeping creature that creeps. Do not make yourselves unclean with them, lest you be defiled by them. For I am Yehovah your Elohim, and you have set yourselves apart, and you have been set apart, for I am set apart. Do not defile yourselves with any creeping creature that creeps on the earth. For I am Yehovah who is bringing you up out of the land of Mitzrayim to be your Elohim, and you have been set apart. So when it comes to clean and unclean, when the Gentiles eat that which is unclean, are they sinning against Yehovah? No, we're told we can't do it because we are set apart. Okay? Leviticus 20:22-26 gives us a bit more context to this. It says, you've cherished all my laws and all my judgments and done them, and the land where I'm bringing you to dwell does not vomit you out. Do not walk in the laws of the nation which I am driving out before you, for they do all these, and therefore I am grieved with them. Okay, so Yehovah is not happy about it, but as to whether they're sinning against Yehovah by doing these things, that's a different matter. But I say to you, you are going to possess their land, and I myself give it to you to possess it, a land flowing with milk and honey. I am Yehovah your Elohim, who has separated you from the peoples, from the Amim, okay, from the Goyim, from the Gentiles. And you have made a distinction between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean birds and clean, and do not make yourselves abominable by beast or by bird or whatever creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And you shall be set apart to me, for I, Yehovah, am set apart, and have separated you from the Amim to be mine. We are now part of Am Yisrael, the people of Israel. He separated us from the Amim, the peoples. We're now set apart, so we don't want to be taking on the things of the Gentiles into our own lives, okay, to be defiled by the things of the Gentiles. 1 Corinthians 5, 9-13, Paul says, look, I wrote to you not to keep company with those who fornicate. I didn't mean those of the world who fornicate, or with other sinners in the world. Okay, now I've written to you not to keep company with anyone who is a brother, who is one who fornicates, one who is greedy of gain, or an idolater, or a reviler, or a drunkard, or a swindler, not even to eat with such a one, because they are set apart. For what have I to do with judging outsiders? Do you not judge those who are inside? Elohim judges those who are outside, and they will be judged by Elohim. But his Torah, which is for those who are set apart, is for us. Okay? Deuteronomy 4, 19-20 tells us, lest you lift up your eyes to the heavens and see the sun and the moon and the stars and all the host of the heavens, and you be drawn away into bowing down and serving them, which Yehovah your Elohim has allotted to the peoples under all the heavens. That word allotted means to divide something to them. We've been divided from the people. We've been set apart. And these things have been divided unto the people. That's their lot. Not that Yehovah is making them do it. Okay, he's not saying, you guys, you all have to do this. But he separated us from that. That is divided unto them. But Yehovah has taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace, out of Mitzrayim, to be his people, an inheritance as it is today. So the Gentiles have their own systems of spirituality, their own spiritual thought. Okay? But what happens is people who have been set apart to Elohim take on things from the Gentiles' spiritual practices, and they mix it in. Okay, so the Gentiles' idea of spirituality and what is spiritual is entirely different from what Yehovah says is spiritual. And he set us apart for that to be spirituality unto us. And it's not that these other things don't have some kind of spiritual power. Perhaps they might, but that's not the point. Okay, we're not to look into these things, and Yehovah has forbidden us from looking into these things, in fact. Okay, so when it comes to the Gentile spirituality, what it's all about is what Charlie was talking about in Torah portion Bereshit. There's a teaching on the channel for anyone who wants to see it called Yehovah, Our Creator God, which goes into this idea of Mother Earth worship and Gaia worship, and that everything's about nature, and it's about flows, and it's about the animals, and it's this, that, and the other. But this is all pagan spirituality. This is the root of a lot of the spirituality that we see today. Okay, the idea that there's these energy flows and there's spiritual resonance going on, and everything's a spiritual frequency, and we've got the chakra points within the body. Problem with these things and pagan spirituality is that now in the modern age, what people have started to do with what came from a pagan spiritual root, which was all to do with Mother Earth and was all to do with spiritual flows of energy and resonant energy. What they've started to do is they've started to say, well, actually, these things are true. These things have scientific value. Okay, these things are actually true. They're not all kind of pagan spirituality. They're all to do with science. Okay, so science tells us that these things are true. So these things are actually okay. Okay, yeah, they had the dodgy past, but science tells us that these things are correct. So that's what I want to look at briefly. Okay, this is a website which had an article on it called Crystal Healing Explained by the Law of Resonance. And what I want you to notice as we're going through these various things is that they use scientific language, things that sound scientific, in order to justify them. Okay? But as we'll see, these things are not scientific at all. It's just you use words that sound scientific, that sound like they're above the head of one who is reading it. So people are drawn into it thinking, oh, actually, this has got value. Okay, so this is this article. The characteristic stability of crystals is attributable to their molecular structure, whereas most matter consists of a conglomeration of molecules. Crystalline structure is based on an ordered arrangement of molecules formed along symmetric patterns intrinsic to the nature of the constituent particles of the molecule. Now, when I'm showing you these things, I didn't go through and try and get explanations that sound wacky and that are just like, what are they even talking about? There's enough stuff like that that's out there. What I went through and tried to do is pick the stuff that sounded the most credible, okay? Because that's the stuff that's dangerous, the stuff that sounds like it has scientific value and that it's actually talking about reality. Okay, so you'll notice these big words start to be used. Okay, a conglomeration of molecules. It's not what the word conglomeration means. Conglomeration is kind of a loose connection or a loose group of something. That's not how things work. It's not like crystals all have these bonds, these firm bonds of their molecules, and other things are just a conglomeration of molecules. You know, it's not really held together. Molecules coalesce with other molecules and of the same type, and they form the matter that we're used to. They form tissues and things like that. So it's saying here about this symmetric pattern intrinsic to the nature of constituent particles of the molecule. This means the crystalline structure is based on a repeating pattern or unit cell which defines the symmetry and structure of the entire crystal structure called the lattice. Now this is an example of taking something from Wikipedia about crystals. You can go on Wikipedia and find this very sentence towards the end here about crystals. So that's scientifically valid, and just shoehorning it into this idea about why crystals have some kind of scientific value. Crystals form naturally during a process called nucleation, in which unit cells of a given crystal are attracted towards and stick to other unit cells of the same type. If enough unit cells become connected, a critical size is reached in which the attractive forces between unit cells become stronger than external forces which would otherwise break the mass apart. Okay, so when you read that, you think, okay, bet that's what happens. But if you think about what it's actually saying, okay, you have unit cells and they stick to unit cells of the same type until a critical mass is reached, after which the forces which would usually break up those things sticking together is overcome. Well, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Because how did they stick together in the first place to reach this critical mass if these external forces would usually break them apart? Okay, so when you're reading things like this, if you don't have any kind of specific knowledge about it, any specific scientific knowledge, you could read this and say, yeah, that sounds like it's right. And that actually forms the basis of a lot of thought that I'm going to be going to be looking at as we go through this. Now, as I was going through this, I could pick out the things that I was like, well, that's not right, and that's not right. But as it turns out, Ashley, when she was in university, did a physics degree. And the thing that she specialized in, that she was studying when she did it, was crystals. So after me going through this, I mean, I had this Torah portion put together, and then later on came to Ashley and said, this is what I'm going to be talking about. And she was able to say, well, yeah, that's not right. That is, that bit, that's completely wrong. But if it's not your specialization, then perhaps these things might just pass you by and you go, wow, it sounds like it's got a real scientific basis to this. The attractive principle underlying a crystalline structure is the law of resonance. Now, this is where you'll start to see things get a bit murky. Okay, you've got scientific terms mixed in with spiritual terms. You get things like law of attraction, law of resonance, and they sound like they're scientific. In science, a law is when you can observe an effect. Okay, so the law of gravity is the effect that you see of something falling. We call it the law of gravity, but the law is actually the fact that things fall. Okay, so that's what a law is. The law of resonance doesn't exist. It's made up, and it's a spiritual idea. And it's not based on the resonance of physical things. It's based on spiritual resonance and the attraction in the spirit realm between things. That's the basis upon which people have come to this idea, and they've tried to layer over it a scientific veneer to make it sound like it's scientific. Okay, but the entire history of all of this is spiritual in nature. Resonance describes when a vibrating system or force drives another system to oscillate with greater amplitude at a specific preferential frequency or resonant frequency. None of that's correct. But if you're reading it, you're going, oh yeah, specific preferential frequency. That sounds like it's right. That sounds scientific to me. When two objects sharing a resonant frequency are placed next to each other, their vibratory frequencies will increase. In doing so, attracting the objects towards each other. Now, we know that that's not true. Just on a very basic experiment that you can do, if you've got a crystal and you put it next to another crystal, they don't attract towards each other. Okay, it's important that we understand what we're talking about here. You have forces in physics, and they're things which act upon other objects. Okay, so you can have the force of thrust, for example, which would push something. What this is positing is that there's a force which emanates from the vibratory frequencies of objects to attract them one towards another. Okay, but if you're just reading over this, you think, well, that sounds like it's credible. The vibratory frequencies will increase, in doing so attracting the objects towards each other. Thus, as unit cells combine to form a crystal lattice, the vibratory potential of the lattice, no such thing as vibratory potential, incidentally, of the lattice increases. In effect, crystals serve as powerful vibrational conductors and amplifiers. That sounds really legit if you don't know what these terms actually mean in a scientific setting. Now, if you go to somebody who's into spirituality, they will talk about these things, powerful vibrational conductors and amplifiers of things, but they're not talking about scientific resonance of things. They're not talking about frequencies. What they're talking about is spiritually. And it's since science that kind of sounds like it's similar has been discovered, the people who came from this from a spiritual point of view have started trying to put this scientific veneer on it. It's like in law. In law, there is a load of words that are used. There are a load of words that are used which have a normal meaning in everyday life. However, in law, they have a very specific meaning. So you can speak in legalese, in legal speak to somebody, and they can think that they know what you're talking about from their everyday understanding of the words, but in fact, what you're talking about is a very different, specific concept, and it's the same here. This concept explicates why crystals have subtle influences on the physical body. So this is an example of, let's stick a big word in here, and that's going to sound like we know what we're talking about more. This concept explicates why crystals. Okay, so what does the word explicate mean? It sounds like, doesn't it? It sounds like it means explain. When it's used in this concept, in this sentence, it sounds like it means it explains. This concept explains why crystals. That's not actually what the word explicate means. Explicate is to analyze something. So what that's actually saying is this concept analyzes why crystals have subtle influences. Concepts can't analyze other concepts, obviously. It's just, we'll put a big word in here that sounds, all fancy, and maybe that will be convincing. Maybe this person thinks the word explicate means that. Cells of the human body are composed of the same atomic components as the unit cells, of a crystal, but in an unstable version. I presume they mean unstable, or that it causes instability. But anyway, in an unstable version. So the cells of the human body are made up of the same atomic components as unit cells. Is that true? Yes. Why is that true? I'm sure everyone's heard of subatomic particles. Okay, so you're talking about the nucleus, electrons. You can get into things like bosons and quarks and all sorts of things in subatomic particles. But everything that exists that is made up out of atoms is made of the same atomic components. It's not what you would call them, but they are all made of the same atomic components. If they all existed in an unstable version, however, the atoms would not cohere. Okay, you would have the atoms falling apart. Everything has to be stable in order for it to be matter. So your human body doesn't consist of atoms that are unstable. That's not true. It is true that everything's made of subatomic particles, but that's far from the point of this. When a crystal is placed on a specific area of the body, that crystal will attract matter sharing similar vibrational qualities as the crystal, in so doing stimulating the affected area. Okay, so let's just take that as true. It's not true, but let's say it is. You put a crystal on your body and it starts attracting to it other matter which shares vibrational qualities with that crystal. What would you think that would do inside of your body? If matter's just being attracted towards it, how's it reaching that point? Is it going through your veins? Is it just traveling through the cavities in your body? Because that would be destroying you, wouldn't it? If it was just attracting mass to it, it would be cutting you up inside. So what it's actually talking about is spiritual things of the same vibration and bringing everything into harmony and balance. But what people have tried to do is they've tried to make this fit with physics, with actual observable reality. So you've got all this Gentile pagan thought that people start to think, well, actually, this has got validity. This is true. Okay, you can observe these things to be true. You've got things with specific preferential frequencies. Sounds good, doesn't it? So we can come to believe that things that sound scientific, sound like they are justified in science, we can come to believe, if we don't have specific knowledge, that these things are true. So we can be fooled by science, and that's going to be important as we go on in the Torah portion, because there's going to be some things in this Torah portion which certain areas of observation in science seem to disagree with, but don't really. Okay, earthing, the practice of earthing. Now, with the practice of earthing, I had all of this Torah portion put together. Whenever I had it put together, I came to Ashley and I was like, this is what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about this and I'm going to talk about that. And Ashley was like, I've been talking to somebody in the fellowship recently about earthing. And I was like, okay, Well, so for that person, this is not directed to you, but this came up in the Torah portion well before that. But it's worth looking at, because earthing can sound like it's scientific, and we shouldn't pay heed to these things which are in essence and originally spiritual in nature, that have then had the scientific veneer put on top of. So this is something that I thought sounded credible. In short, earthing or grounding is putting the body in direct and uninterrupted contact with the earth. This means that skin needs to touch soil, sand, water, or a conductive surface that is in contact with the earth. From a scientific perspective, the idea is that, notice that it differentiates there. From a scientific perspective, this is how it is. Okay, this is a spiritual idea, but from a scientific perspective, the idea is that the earth has a mild negative charge to it. Over time, especially in modern life, our bodies build up a positive charge. Direct contact with the earth can even out this positive charge and return the body to a neutral state. And when you're talking about spirituality and spiritual things, this idea of being in harmony in things, and the being in resonance, your resonance being the same with things, being in balance, being grounded in a figurative sense, they're all the terms that are used. So maybe being grounded in a literal electronics sense would be good. The idea that, your body's got a positive charge, it's got a negative charge, that's correct. But the idea that it builds up in your body, that's not correct. Okay, so it goes on, it says, many people don't have this contact with the earth anymore, and some experts wonder if this is a contributor to the many rising health problems we face. Okay, so that's a really nebulous, vague statement, isn't it? Some experts wonder if this is a contributor to rising health problems. Well, when you're reading something like this, what you want to look for is sources. What experts say that? Where did they say it? Was it a credible statement? What evidence did they base it on? Or was it just an idea that they had? Maybe this is causing health problems. As a population, we wear rubber shoes and live indoors. In theory, many of us could go years without directly touching the earth at all, even if we're outside. Now that sounds like that's true. You think, rubber's an insulator, isn't it? Okay, your house, it's built on the earth, but you never directly touch the earth. So if you're never coming into contact with the earth, then you're never losing that positive charge. And many experts believe that that might be a contributor to rising health problems. There's a couple of problems with that. Okay, the rubber on your shoes, although it is an insulator and it provides resistance to the flow of electricity, it doesn't stop you from being grounded. If anyone is familiar with a Van de Graaff machine, the use of which needs you to not be grounded, just having shoes on won't stop you. You need to get a specifically or specially designed material to stand on, which stops you from being earthed. And the way that this positive charge to negative charge flow thing works is that even if there's a little bit of a connection, that positive charge will instantly go. It'll instantly be earthed, and you will have that circuit. Also, when you go to bed at night, if you get into bed, then you are grounded. You're absolutely grounded at that point. You don't need direct contact with the actual soil and dirt to be grounded. Again, these things have a spiritual beginning, this idea of Mother Earth and being connected with Mother Earth and that being a good thing. And it's important when I go through this to mention, okay, if you like the idea of taking off your shoes and running in the forest or walking on the grass and that makes you feel good, that will probably have a great effect on you psychologically. And then psychological effects can actually become physical effects. Okay, it's called it being psychosomatic. That's why we do double-blind tests with placebos. So nobody knows who's got the placebos. Nobody knows that they're getting a placebo. Everybody's just expecting to get something because the placebo effect can have an effect on you. So if you like taking off your shoes and walking on the ground, I don't doubt that that might have a good effect on you. However, it doesn't come from being earthed to the ground. We need to disentangle the science of that, or the science of that, and recognize that these things are spiritual concepts which come from the worship of Mother Earth. That's where these things all originate in the first place. Now people are trying to justify them scientifically, but you don't worry about building up a positive charge. Okay, the idea that having a positive charge in your body is detrimental to your health, that's never been proven. Okay, if your body naturally builds up a positive charge, then it's doubtful that that causes negative health effects, even if it got to the extreme where you would never touch the ground for 50 years. But when we look at these things, we have to say, who are these people saying it? What is the proof that a positive charge is not good for us? And is this even true? Because things can sound like they're true when they're backed up with scientific phrases, and they can be completely untrue. Over time, the theory is that this positive charge builds and can lead to health problems. Okay, fair enough. This is the basis of science. You have an idea, it's called a hypothesis. You then test that hypothesis to see whether there's any evidence for it. During the normal processes of metabolism, the body generates what are called reactive oxygen species, which are commonly referred to as free radicals. These compounds appear to be important, at least in part, because they have the ability to attack and destroy unwanted things within the body, including bacteria and viruses. However, too many free radicals are a bad thing and have been implicated in chronic disease, as well as the very process of aging. Now, this is where it's important to mention something. People might well have heard the phrase before, correlation is not causation. Okay, there can be a correlation between things that is not a causative fact. It's like when there were these pictures going around of the coronavirus and 5G, and they were saying, in this map, we are seeing where coronavirus is most common. Okay, these are the outbreaks of coronavirus in the country. On this map, this is where 5G has been rolled out. And you look at it and you think, oh, that's weird. And then you've got all this idea that 5G is a type of radiation and it's causing radiation sickness and that produces flu-like symptoms, and maybe that's coronavirus. That's not my point to go into that. Simply to say that when you look at this is where the coronavirus cases are, this is where 5G has been rolled out, that's misleading. Okay, where has 5G been rolled out? It's been rolled out in the big cities, the population centers. Where is coronavirus most common? Where there are more people. So you would expect to see that correlation, but it's not a causative correlation. You can look at it and say, that's interesting, but you have to prove causation in something. You can look at free radicals and you can say, well, these are present in these diseases, but you can't say they cause those diseases. I'm not saying that I think the free radicals are a great thing to have loads of or anything like that. I'm just saying there's no causative link proven there. Free radicals are involved in the process known as inflammation, which is a part of the healing process. However, low-grade inflammation throughout the body may lead to pain and other problems in the muscles and joints. Okay, so inflammation, low-grade inflammation, not actually a distinction, but inflammation is involved in the healing process. Charlie recently sprained his foot and it ballooned up. That's inflammation and that's involved in the healing process. And yes, pain is involved in it, but it's a good thing. And is also believed to be a key driving factor in many chronic diseases, including heart disease, type 2 diabetes, MS, all of your autoimmune deficiencies. In short, we want free radicals, but not too many. Okay, so that's not a proven statement. I'm not disagreeing with it, but there's certainly no proof there. You can look at those diseases and you can say in those diseases there is a greater instance of inflammation. But to then say that means that inflammation is causing those diseases is not something that is proven. Maybe that inflammation is caused by the diseases. Okay, so to say we need to get rid of the inflammation and that's going to stop these things from causing illness, that's just not a scientific statement. It's certainly a hypothesis worth investigating, but it's not true. Okay, so the very premise of free radicals needing to be eliminated and the reasons for them are not scientific. Okay, or rather they're presented scientifically but not proven. Free radicals lack sparks of energy known as electrons. Okay, so an atom is made up of a nucleus with electrons that orbit it. Okay, they're not really sparks of energy, but we can understand what they're saying here. A free radical is something that is lacking an electron. That's how atoms become bonded to other atoms by covalent bonds, or covalent bonds rather, when they share electrons with other atoms, and that makes them into molecules. Free radicals are lacking an electron, and so they bind onto other things. That's actually what they're talking about here. And then they say one way to quell them is to give them electrons. And these can be supplied by nutrients known as vitamins A, C, and E, and plant substances known as polyphenols, found in, among other things, tea, coffee, cocoa, and apples. Okay, so this isn't how electron transfer works. You can't just say, I'm eating something that contains electrons. All things contain electrons. Therefore, those electrons are going to find their way to the free radicals through my body and then join to the free radicals, and then the free radicals will be neutralized. It's kind of like, it's something that maybe intuitively you could kind of grasp at and say, oh yeah, I think that maybe that sounds like it could be true. But it's not the way that things work. However, substances we eat and drink are not the only way to get electrons into the body. Literally everything in your body is made of electrons. Earthing does this too. If the body has a positive charge on it, earthing allows electrons to flow into the body, where in theory they can neutralize overblown free radical and inflammatory damage. Okay, so that's not true. You don't get electrons coming in through your feet and finding their way to the free radicals in your body and neutralizing them. Okay, it's just not how electron transfer works. Carrying a positive charge may well affect the body in lots of different ways. Okay, again, fair enough. You have to present some kind of evidence, though, which means that earthing may offer a range of well-being benefits. Okay, sounds brilliant, especially after all this scientific-sounding information. It's like, sign me up. Now, I've put this in to show you what the spiritual side of this is, and all these things have a spiritual side and have a spiritual origin, more importantly. Earthing, how this practice connects your mind and body. During your grounding practices, it is important to remember that you're an energetic being in a human body having an experience, and your consciousness moves quicker than your physical body. We practice grounding and earthing to absorb the downloads, the upgrades, the shifts, and the experiences of consciousness into our physical forms. Our physical body needs intentional time and space to process, re-establish natural rhythms, and sink back into its primal flow. And this is where these figurative terms like flow and balance and grounding and harmony and all of these sort of things get mixed up with scientific terms. And they've just gone from this spiritual understanding and they've tried to apply science to it completely inaccurately. So I show you this so that you can see that the same people who are trying to say, from a scientific perspective, this is how it works, are saying this is how it works from a spiritual perspective. Okay, so Christian yoga. Now, yoga it's less justified in terms of science. Okay, less people will say yoga has scientific benefits. Although some will, and they'll say, you know, it's all about breathing, and if you get your breathing right, then that's going to have good effects on you. What I want to look at is Christian yoga and yoga being applied to other things. It can be applied by atheists. It can be applied by whatever religious groups. Okay, this is how Christians come to yoga, though, so that you can see what's actually behind yoga to see whether or not, breathing techniques are a legitimate benefit of yoga. Invocations of Jesus, images of the cross, and biblical scripture are unlikely to be what we envision when we think of yoga. Yoga is typically seen as either a Hindu practice or, more recently and popularly, spiritual but not religious, or even more commonly, a form of wellness or fitness. As the author of Selling Yoga from Counterculture to Pop Culture and a scholar of contemporary spirituality and a history of modern yoga, however, I can say that yoga is far more complex than common understandings imply. So this is who this person is. They're the author of this book, and they're a scholar of contemporary spirituality and the history of modern yoga. So this is who is writing this piece. Christian yoga, in fact, is now a growing part of the yoga industry. The question then becomes, is this real yoga? The Christianization of yoga is not new. For example, the 19th century American social radical and Protestant Christian Ida Craddock was an early sex therapist, and you can find out this history for yourselves. Incorporated yogic elements into a system for enhancing sex for heterosexual married couples. So she was like a Christian marriage counselor person. She considered the Christian God to be a third partner in the sex life of a married man and woman. Her efforts were not without controversy. In 1902, facing incarceration for charges of obscenity, Craddock took her own life. The attempt to silence Craddock was based in part in yogophobia. It's the example of a statement that is not proven, that just gets thrown into this sort of thing. But anyway, a fear of yoga grounded in the assumption that it is incompatible with one's own religious doctrines or moral codes. Over 100 years after Craddock, yogophobia is still alive and well. Okay, so yogophobia is not a fear of yoga. Homophobia is not a fear of gay people. Material that is hydrophobic isn't afraid of water. Okay, it's being adverse to something. Okay, it's being opposed to something. Despite this, Christian yoga is taking many different forms in different parts of this world. Christian yoga entrepreneurs are marketing products and services that claim to strengthen Christian identity and practice. And this is where you see that yoga has a spiritual basis. It doesn't matter what mask you put on yoga. You can put a Christian mask on it, but the practices are spiritual. Clearing your mind, centering your breathing, all these things have been ancient spiritual practices, form parts of meditation. And when you get into spiritual practices, you get into being led astray by wacky ideas. Okay, you get into being led astray by other spiritual forces that you are subjecting yourself to. So when you hear about how Christians experience doing yoga, you're going to hear about how they experience the spiritual side of this. There are now Christian yoga brands founded by Protestant Christians, such as Yahweh Yoga, Christ-Centered Yoga. The website for Holy Yoga, based in Michigan, describes it as a community of believers on a mission to bring the gospel to the ends of the earth through the modality of yoga. You often see this sort of thing. You know, we're doing this thing that is dodgy, but through it we're reaching other dodgy people who are doing this dodgy practice. Holy Yoga has an instructor training program, and there are hundreds of Holy Yoga classes each week in locations across the United States and Canada. Many forms of Christian yoga assign Christian terms and prayers to certain yoga postures or sequences and replace South Asian imagery, such as the popular Om symbol, with a Christian imagery, such as the cross. Other forms, such as Holy Fit, praise moves, remove all explicitly yogic language and imagery, including the term yoga itself, to avoid associations with yoga's historical connections to other religions. And anything that wants to say this is not Hindu, will do these things. And it doesn't matter what words you use, it's the practice that you're doing, the clearing of your mind and all of the other things that you're doing. That's what has this spiritual effect. Some Catholics are also teaching yoga as a Christian practice. The Reverend Anthony Randazzo, a priest at Notre Dame Roman Catholic Church, in New Jersey, and co-author of Beatitudes, Christ and the Practice of Yoga, has taught yoga for years. He insists that yoga has always brought him closer to Christ. Okay, these things have this spiritual impact. If you're Christian-minded, you're going to associate that effect with Elohim. Okay, but these things come from this pagan spiritual root, and people can try to justify them scientifically. People can try to justify it by saying, actually, it's all God that's doing these things. Well, is it God when the Hindus do it? Because they're having the same effect. Yoga has never had a single purpose for its seekers, whether it is philosopher aesthetics seeking enlightenment, ecstatic devotees expressing the love of God, people in pursuit of yogic superpowers, fitness buffs seeking the perfect yoga butt, or Christians wanting to get closer to Christ. Okay, it doesn't matter what you're seeking from it, yoga will provide it for you, because its underlying foundation is spiritual. It's not the underlying foundation is Hindu. Its underlying foundation is spiritual, and so to the Hindu it will be one thing, to the Christian it will be to the other, to an atheist it will have another effect. In other words, yoga has never belonged to any one religion, but it has always been packaged in a variety of ways. This is the problem with the question of whether or not Christian yoga is real yoga. There has never been one real yoga. As you saw, this is a scholar of yoga that is writing this article. Okay, so again, it's very easy for us to be drawn into these things. And these things which are spiritual in nature, but are not of the word of Elohim, are often ways through which we can be deceived. I know from my own experience with psychedelic drugs and drugs that have a psychoactive effect, that these ways are ways in which you can be given information. Thoughts can come to your head in these sorts of states, and it will just lead you ever so slightly astray. The word of Elohim is what we're to rely on. As soon as we venture outside of that, we go into dangerous territory. Now, I would have liked to have spoken about a whole host of other things in this, but it would make this part just far too long. Put this video up about a year ago. Okay, I'd recommend that if you kind of got an idea of what the video is about, but you don't remember it specifically, that you go and check it out. Okay, the idea that we get signs from Yehovah, that he slips little signs into reality for us to go by. Okay, if anybody has ever used the phrase a God incidence, for example, these are ways by which we can get led astray. Okay, often you'll see them when people have started going astray. Suddenly they'll start having all these spiritual experiences and these other things outside of the word of Elohim which are guiding them. That should be no surprise. Okay, also if anybody's ever seen repeating numbers, everywhere they go, there's just these repeating numbers. I'll talk about my own experiences with it in this and how that stacks up scripturally and what these things actually are. Same with dreams. People are commonly led astray by interpreting dreams in certain ways, and this dream had meaning, and Yehovah speaks to people in dreams in the scriptures, so it seems to have scriptural credibility. And these signs, Yehovah uses signs in scripture, so they seem to have credibility as well. If people are confused about either of those things, I would recommend those videos. Deuteronomy 7:5-6 tells us what to do when we come across this pagan Gentile spirituality from which we have been set apart. It says, this is what you do to them: break down their altars and smash their pillars, cut down their asherim, burn their carved images with fire. For you are a set-apart people to Yehovah your Elohim. Yehovah your Elohim has chosen you to be a people for himself, a treasured possession above all the peoples. You've been set apart from that. That has been divided unto them. Leave that to them. You're set apart. Go about practicing your spirituality and, importantly, your beliefs. Because a lot of those things that we've just looked at become beliefs in people's minds. Okay, things that they have faith in, that they just believe. Okay, let your beliefs be from what you read in the Word. 1 Corinthians 10:14-22 says, Therefore, my beloved ones, flee from idolatry. I speak as to wise men. Judge for yourselves what I say. The cup of blessing which we bless, is it not a sharing in the blood of Messiah? The bread that we break, is it not a sharing in the body of Messiah? Because there is one bread, we who are many are one body, for we all partake of the one bread. Look at Israel after the flesh, are not those who eat of the offering sharers in the altar? What then do I say? That an idol is of any value, or that which is offered to idols is of any value? Do any of those spiritual practices, are we saying that they are going to be good for you? Okay? Those things have no value, and we're not trying to say they're great, they've got all of this spiritual power. Paul says no. But what the Gentiles offer, they offer to demons and not to Elohim. Okay, so partaking in all of those things is, as we'll see in a second, believing in doctrines of demons. There's only two sides to spirituality. There's the good side and there's the bad side. Okay, if you're going to partake in those things on the other side of spirituality, for whatever reason, having been led astray by scientific terms or by just thinking, well, it's harmless, then what you're partaking in is that which is of the bad side of spirituality. What they offer to demons and not to Elohim. And I do not wish you to become sharers with demons. You are not able to drink the cup of the master and the cup of demons. You are not able to partake of the table of the master and of the table of demons. Do we provoke the master to jealousy? Are we stronger than he? Okay, it's spiritual fornication or spiritual adultery. 1 Timothy 4:1-5 says, But the Spirit distinctly says that in latter times some shall fall away from the belief, paying attention to misleading spirits, teachings of demons. These sorts of things like, oh, this sign happened and that sign happened, and I'm seeing all these numbers everywhere. Misleading spirits or seductive spirits and teachings of demons, speaking lies in hypocrisy, having been branded on their own conscience, forbidding to marry, like the Catholic Church, saying to abstain from foods which Elohim created to be received with thanksgiving, like the Catholic Church do in some instances, and also, as we've looked at more recently, veganism, when you start to say these things are to be refused, they're not good foods, by those who believe and know the truth. Because every creature of Elohim is good, and none is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving. For it is set apart by the word of Elohim and prayer. So we're warned. These doctrines are going to come in. People are going to be led astray by these misleading or these seductive spirits. Exodus 23 verse 2 says, Do not follow a crowd to do evil, nor bear witness in a strife, so as to turn aside after many, to turn aside what is right. So it's talking about don't go after things because a load of people are going after them. And I put this scripture up because the next thing that I'm going to talk about is actually something that is hugely, hugely popular in the Torah movement. Okay, and just to be clear as we go into this, I don't have a problem with the use of these things. What I have a problem is the mindset which accompanies it. So essential oils. Okay, this is from again another essential oils website that I thought didn't sound crazy, sounded perfectly reasonable. Essential oils, small bottles of liquid magic. Don't get caught up on the phrase liquid magic. That's not the problem with this. Okay, it's just a figurative term. Small bottles of liquid magic that can transform your health and well-being in the form of aromatherapy. They can transform your health. Used for thousands of years for therapeutic and medicinal purposes, essential oils are present in many household products to aid relaxation, sensory, and skin healing. Aromatherapy has lots of benefits when it comes to health. Experts believe, again, nebulous phrase, certain oils can improve sleep, relieve stress, and help us unwind. With life becoming busier and people turning to holistic and organic remedies more often, essential oils are proving popular and forming an important part of many people's day-to-day routines. Essential oils are liquids extracted from flowers, leaves, roots, fruits, and seeds that are formulated to work in harmony with our bodies, promoting well-being and naturally boosting our health. Okay, so are essential oils formulated to work in harmony with our bodies? And it's quite a leap there, isn't there? You can understand where this comes from with pagan spirituality and Mother Earth and nature, and everything's been formulated to work with our bodies. And you can even understand how a Torah keeper could come to this and say, well, God has created these things to work in a harmony with our bodies as well. Well, there's some truth to that. And that's how these things perpetuate little bits of truth. Let's take something like arsenic. Okay, was arsenic formulated to work in harmony with our bodies? It's natural. It comes from a natural source. The problem with this is people buy into the idea that anything natural is good. Okay, if it's natural, that's better than something that's chemical, people would believe. That's something that would sound like it makes sense to people. The problem is, everything that's natural is chemical. The fact that it's chemical is just the state of everything that exists in reality. Okay, so chemical isn't necessarily bad. You've got to distinguish. Just as natural isn't necessarily good, you've got to distinguish one thing from another. As it mentions, these natural things are used in many household products. You get more refined versions of them that have stronger effects. Doesn't mean that those things are bad. They're natural in their origin. But this sort of idea, it's got a lot of validity to it. But that's where it becomes something that leads people astray, because it's not exact. It's not totally correct. And people will turn away from things thinking that they know about them because they sound chemical. For example, if I said to you, would you ever think it a good idea to have hydrogenated oxygen? You might think, sounds bad. Hydrogenated fats, hydrogenated. But of course, hydrogenated oxygen is simply water. And water is perfectly benign. If you read the list of ingredients on the back of something, then they can have terrible sounding chemical names, and yet if you actually knew what they were, then you'd think, oh yeah, that's just that, and that's just that. And this just works in this way. It's just like if you put something in a recipe to bind things together, it's the same thing with this thing. Well, people can get misled and led astray. So with that sort of thinking and what we've considered already in mind, scientists have discovered that people will believe anything if you claim scientists have discovered it. And this works both ways of this sort of argument, both ways of this sort of thinking. You get people who put far too much store in anything that a doctor says, anything that a scientist says, okay, on one side of this. However, as we've seen, people on what you would perceive to be the other side of this can say scientists agree with this or scientists agree with that. So this statement is just generally true. At this point, I want to talk about scientific studies. Okay? People say scientists have shown, or science has proven, or it is proven scientifically, or studies show. Okay? Those things are useful tools by which we can understand hypotheses. Okay, if you've got an idea, you want to know whether it's true, you do a study, you test one group of people against another group of people. However, not all studies are created equal. And many of the things that I'm talking about have scientific studies associated with them. So you need to know the reliability of a study. What were the sample sizes used in the study? Okay, if 18 people in Scotland were tested for something, does that then span out to the general population of the world? Is that something that is reliable? Who were the people who were being studied, and who were the people doing the study? If you go to the Eskimo community and you test omega-3 on the Eskimo community and see if it has any effect on their health, you're going to find that the data is unreliable, because the Eskimo community eat loads of fish all the time, so their omega-3 levels are right up there. Or if you do it in Japan. I've read a couple of books recently about the studies on omega-3 and the studies on salt. Everyone thinks that eating a lot of salt is going to increase your blood pressure. That's kind of the standard scientific point of view. Lots of salt increases your blood pressure. I've been reading these books. They're by one guy, and what his job to do is to go through thousands and thousands of studies and compare them all, because different studies, these things are all different in them, and this is what the scientific method is. This is why peer reviewing something is important. Not that peer reviewing something is always going to produce great effects, or that the peer review process is in itself perfect, but what it allows is for somebody who is expert in a field, when you start doing an experiment in that field, the experts can then come along and say, have you considered this? When you were studying this, I'm not sure if you were aware, but this substance has an effect on the uptake of this thing or the uptake of that thing. So these studies, although they showed or they indicated what people will say that they indicate, omega-3 doesn't really have any effect, or salt increases your blood pressure, the studies themselves were flawed. Okay, the omega-3 studies, a lot of the time, they were below the threshold of the amount of omega-3 that you would need to take. So when you're looking at a study, don't just read the abstract of a study, or don't just believe what someone says when they say a study says this. If you're going to say anything about a study or believe anything based on a study, read the study. They're not difficult to read. You just have to apply thought to them and say, well, does that prove what you're saying? Who were the people doing the study? You know, if it's the Earthing Institute, which we'll look at in a second in a case study of this, the Earthing Institute, then they have a bias towards earthing. They sell earthing mats that you can stand on and be earthed. So they've got a financial incentive to find data one way or the other. Who funded the study? If it's done by scientists that you don't know, but it's funded by the Earthing Institute, then that study is in itself not reliable. Okay, or it might not be. Maybe you'll read the study and see exactly what they did and say, well, it doesn't matter who funded it. Be extra wary of publications that are in what are called open access journals, such as Dove Press, Scientific Research Publishing, again, we'll put a scientific-y sounding name on it and that sounds legit, or alternative medicine journals, such as the Journal of Alternative and Complementary Medicine, or Subtle Energies and Energy Medicine, okay? We obviously wouldn't go with a journal like that because of our beliefs, because we have the discernment over things like that. But anything like that that's in an open access journal is not a reliable study, and I'll show you why. Open access journals notoriously have little to no publishing standards and will publish anything as long as the submitter of the paper pays a fee. Literally anything. Even having accepted a mathematics paper that was created by a random text generator. Okay, that's what these sort of journals accept. It's been proven. It's been shown they'll accept anything. People have just submitted anything to these journals to see whether they'll be accepted. So the fact that it's in a scientific paper that it was the result of a scientific experiment doesn't mean that it's been proved scientifically. It's very difficult to prove something scientifically, if not impossible. In fact, that's why we refer to things as the theory of. Okay, you've got a law, and then you've got the theory of that law. You've got the law, which is what's observed, and then you've got the theory, which is an idea to explain what you observe in that law. Okay, but if you go into studies, be aware that a study is not a sign of anything. It's not proof of anything. So in order to look at this idea of are papers reliable, let's look at the Earthing Institute. The Earthing Institute's journals claim that lying or sitting on their grounded mats or sheets are equivalent to walking barefoot in nature. But none of the studies linked from the research page on their website even attempt to prove this. It might make sense to you that if you stand on something which increases the flow of electrons, if you've bought into the idea that you need to have an increased flow of electrons, that would be the same as walking on the ground. But even that most simple of premise has not been proven. Any material will provide a resistance. So if you're going to say that any resistance is bad, because it is, and you accept that, then standing on an earthing mat is not going to be the same as walking in nature anyway. Even if the pads are effective, let's say that they are, there is no evidence of any transfer of electrons taking place at all. In the setup of their experiments, both of the voltmeters wires were connected to the pad. So if you go and you look at the study, you go, oh, look, here's their experiment. They did an experiment and they showed that electrons moved. Well, no, both of the wires were attached to the same pad. There was no flow of electrons. There wasn't one thing in the earth and one thing on the person, and then they measured the electrons moving between them. Both of the wires were connected to the pad. So you've got to look at the methodology of the experiments. You've got to actually be diligent to search whether these things be true. Even if the pads are effective, generalizing to barefoot grounding is not based on any evidence. In the scientific method, hypotheses, once proven, are not then applied to any speculative situation that intuitively makes sense. Okay, so even if they are effective and electrons move, that doesn't mean it's the same as barefoot grounding. In the scientific method, you can't just make those leaps. You have to prove each step of the way. Science isn't a perfect method of attaining truth, and we'll see that, okay? However, it's a lot better than the way that we go about discerning truth from little snippets of information that sound scientific or by what we would like to be true. Critiquing the methodology and the consideration of highly specialized scientific knowledge is a major benefit of the peer review process, because when you've got all the experts who know what affects a certain thing all coming together to look at a paper, they will say, you might have forgotten this, or you might have forgotten that, or that methodology doesn't work. That experiment won't actually show the results that you want. It's not perfect. Peer review papers aren't perfect. They don't have just the golden source of all truth in them, but they're better. They're better than coming at things like this and believing papers that are not reliable. Okay, so this guy's called Peter Ditto, and he's a social psychologist who studies how motivation, emotion, and intuition influence judgment. This is a whole field of psychology. He's not the only guy to do it. This is just representative of the sort of thing that actual experiments have shown to be true. Okay, so he says, people are capable of being thoughtful and rational, but our wishes, hopes, fears, and motivations often tip the scales to make us more likely to accept something as true if it supports what we want to believe. So naturally, the way that we're wired is if something agrees with us, we're going to believe it. I looked at this when I looked at veganism, and I called it confirmation bias. As it turns out, it's actually called motivated reasoning, if you want to use the correct term for it. So much of the early research on motivated reasoning shows that people weigh facts differently when those facts are personally threatening Okay, so if something goes against what you've already thought, it goes against what you've already said or what you've put yourself out there to believe, then you are less likely to believe those facts. In a study comparing participants who received favorable and unfavorable medical test results, people who were told they tested positive for a fictitious enzyme linked to pancreatic disorders were more likely to rate the test as less accurate. Okay, because they're personally a threat. If that test is accurate, then they're in trouble. So you control all the other variables in the test. You just allow that to be the variable that is different, and people rate the test differently. Ditto says it takes more information to make you believe something you don't want to believe than something that you do. Okay, and these things are probably intuitively understandable to us, but it's been tested experimentally. He also says in modern media terms, that might mean that a person is quick to share a political article on social media or any article on social media if it supports their beliefs, but is more likely to fact check the story if it doesn't. Okay? Oh, that sounds right. Sounds like it approves what I already think. That's probably true. Right there. Not sure about that. I'm going to think about that really, really carefully because it's going against something that I've previously thought. And we don't just delude ourselves when it comes to our health and well-being. Research shows that we also interpret facts differently if they challenge our personal beliefs, group identity, or moral values. If you've got a morality that something is right or something is wrong, then you are less likely, you're more likely to interpret that fact to be incorrect in some way. This is relevant when we come to the word. Okay, if the word goes against your own personal subjective morality, then you are more likely to want to try to change what the word says. You're more likely to believe that actually it's been translated wrongly or something like that. Our brains seem to be designed to create very quick maps of situations so as to enable one to very quickly get to grips with a situation one is presented with whatever information is available, plentiful or scant. That's how we're designed. That is a brilliant thing about how we're designed. You can go into a situation and have no idea what's going on and pick up information about it. Just little bits of information, and then you create an entire map about the entire situation. It's not a reliable way to come to truth, but it's a brilliant way to be able to go into a situation where you don't know what's going on and actually be able to deal with the situation. This is not the domain of the stupid. Okay, this isn't what stupid people do. The more intelligent one is, the more adept at this one will be. So if you're really intelligent, you go into a situation, you don't know what's going on. Thankfully, we don't just have the reaction of going, ding, and not being able to interact with the situation. We take the tiny bits of information that we've got, we build a map of the situation, and we proceed on that basis. And if you're intelligent, you'll be able to do that all the more. When one also factors in one's biases, one can very quickly map out an image of a situation that is totally inaccurate and yet quite deeply rooted. Okay, so you won't want to shift on it. It becomes entrenched very quickly on the basis of tiny bits of information. This is how conspiracy theories proliferate when there's not really that much information within it, but people take disparate pieces of information and they create a connection between them all, and they map out a situation which seems to make sense, especially if it agrees with the biases that they already have. And then that becomes quite a deeply entrenched belief. So one has three options in light of this. Okay. Option one, educate oneself in the field, in the scientific method, the study of logic, and then try to navigate the information as one who is informed in the field. That's going to take ages. I'm not saying don't do it, okay? But that's going to take a lot of effort. Anything that is of value that is intrinsically valuable takes a lot of time to acquire. Okay, so you can do that if you want to have opinions about this scientific thing or that scientific thing. That's the best way to be able to be informed and to speak as one who is informed. Number two, you could recognize that one is probably missing a lot of important considerations that would drastically change one's opinion and just don't form strongly held opinions about anything, especially not things that are complicated. Things that are very complex, people like to think that they can simplify in their heads. They can just get all these little different bits of information, map out the situation, and they're like, oh yeah, I pretty much understand that. I'm sure it's more complicated, but I think I've pretty much got the basics down here. Okay, so this would be a good way to go about life. I'm trying to incorporate this more into myself. Or, third choice, this is what pretty much everyone in the world does: happily form one's opinions recklessly on the basis of scant information and bias. Okay, so there are your three choices. I don't see a choice outside of that. Perhaps there is, but there are your three basic choices. The internet and social media have compounded the negative effects of this normally useful mechanism. So gathering all those little bits of information, forming a map of a situation, usually a useful situation. The internet, though, and the immediate availability of these little snippets of information, accurate or inaccurate, has meant that this now has a negative effect overwhelmingly. Anything of value takes time to procure and truly attain. Okay, if you want to play an instrument, for example, that's going to take ages to actually be able to play the instrument. In the world of electronic entertainment, though, you get all these people who start playing Guitar Hero, where you've just got to hit all these buttons really, really quick, and it's probably quite difficult to do. And they're playing all these songs on the screen, and they're thinking, oh yeah, I'd pretty much be able to play the guitar if someone handed me a guitar. But it's just kind of like the massive shortcut to being able to do that. And it doesn't actually benefit you in being able to play the guitar whatsoever. In the days where knowledge is imparted through memes, people become very quickly misinformed with information that makes sense to them and neatly fits into their worldview. Okay, so you just get these little nuggets of information. They're not accurate. They've come from somebody else who doesn't know what they're talking about, and yet you acquire them as if you're acquiring all of this knowledge very, very quickly. This is the culture that has spawned the militant SJW with their very strongly, if not immovably held opinions that do not stand up to an analysis of the real facts and data. And you can plug anything that you want into there. Your militant feminist, your militant vegan, your militant SJW. These people who follow after these progressive thoughts, which have been very quickly attained, tiny little snippets of information that don't actually stand up to real study of those things. People look at the gender wage gap and they say, oh, there's a gap between men and women. But when you actually study it and you factor in the jobs that men do, the fact that women have maternity leave, the fact that women don't want to pursue careers, they want to raise children. Not all women, but some. When you factor in those things, what you've acquired very quickly of, oh, there's a wage gap between men and women, that very quickly is then shown. Actually, when you study this and put diligent study into it, you can see that that is not an accurate reflection. But this is the culture where this information's available very quickly that has allowed people to hold very strong, if not immovable, opinions on things that they are misinformed about. So out of context and poorly analyzed information becomes entrenched in one's emotionally driven belief structure, and it becomes impossible to break through lies with truth. Because even when you come to these people with truth, we're wired to reject that truth if it's personally threatening to us. We will think that those things are less credible naturally because they're of threat to us or they go against what we believe. And so all of it compounded together creates a situation where you have people who are just impossible to speak to. Truth becomes repugnant and actually interpreted to be a threat. Hand-wavy dismissals become a way to not deal with any data or argument to the contrary. You say, oh no, that was something that doctors say, and doctors, they're just employed by the healthcare industry, and that's all just about money. Well, those things are true, but they exist in a proper context. And did that have any effect on that doctor? Is that all doctors? So these things just become kind of hand-wavy, like, oh, I don't need to believe in that. This data comes against what I believe, but I don't have to believe in it because it came from this source, which I've just instantly dismissed. These are ways that we take on complete inaccuracies as truth with an almost religious zealousness. With controversial topics, with a wide range of scientific opinion, unless one is an expert in the field, one is more likely to go with what fits one's own preconceived ideas. So when you come to something and there's loads of controversy about it, there's loads of people with loads of different opinions, if you can find something which fits one opinion within that fits with your outlook in life, you're more likely to go with that and to dismiss all of the rest of it with hand-wavy dismissals. Always research what the other side has to say and what the opposing argument is. If you hear something that sounds good, always go and see what the other side of it is. Okay? That's just how to navigate some of this information. This meme is a great example. You think it's gravity. It's actually buoyancy and density. This seems to make sense. Okay? The idea being that the force of gravity is not necessary. You have the force of buoyancy and you have density, and it's very simple. Whatever medium something is in, if it's denser than that medium, it will sink. If it is less dense than that medium, it is buoyant and it goes up. And we can see this principle is real. Okay, so these are all of the things. These are all the mediums that they're in, and you can see they're all suspended at different levels dependent on buoyancy and density. Okay, we have a problem though, and that makes sense. I'm not saying that's a stupid idea that people shouldn't believe in. It's something that really sounds like it makes sense and that it's true and that our own experience can validate. Problem being that density is not a force. Gravity is actually a force that acts on things. Density is just the product of the weight of something dispersed in its volume. How much weight something has dispersed in its volume. Gravity is an actual force that acts on something. If you take all of the medium out of a vacuum chamber, so you don't have any air in there whatsoever, and you don't have anything in there, it is a vacuum. Okay, and then you take a hammer and you take a feather and you drop them, they will drop at the same speed. Now, that seems intuitively wrong. I'll tell you why. Gravity is actually an equation of acceleration. The more mass something has, the more effect gravity has on it, so the faster it will accelerate. So if you drop a feather and you drop a hammer will accelerate faster because it's got more mass. But when they reach the speed of gravity, they both fall at the same speed. Doesn't matter how dense one of them is, doesn't matter how not dense something is. They will fall at exactly the same speed. Same in air. Doesn't have to be in a vacuum. If you get a ball of lead and a ball of cheese, okay, so they're both balls, so they both have the same aerodynamic qualities, you're not going to have any other force acting upon them, and you drop them, then once the acceleration is out of the way with the ball of lead, those two things will fall at exactly the same rate. Why? Because a force is acting on them. I remember getting into a discussion on Facebook when I used it with people in a group, a Torah group. And I said to them, well, wait there, actually, gravity exists. It's something that you can measure here on Earth. It's an actual attraction between things, depending on their mass. Things on the Earth weigh differently at different points on the Earth because of the effect of gravity on them is different at different points on the Earth. It's something that we can observe. And we got into this massive discussion, and eventually, I think a couple of them got to the point where they were like, oh, actually, yeah, there is that force is something that we can measure. It's something that's there. And they were like, it's not gravity, though. I was like, what do you mean? And they were like, well, why is it gravity? It's just a force, isn't it? It's just the name that we've given it. People seem afraid of the concept of gravity now. And I think I know why it is, because Vsauce did a video on YouTube where he said that flat Earth can't be true because if gravity was acting on a flat Earth, it would collapse the flat Earth. But again, that's based on some assumptions, isn't it? It's based that you know what the Earth is made out of. It's based on, you know, how thick the Earth is. On all sorts of things that he couldn't possibly have said. It was just a statement that he said in his video that you'll hear people repeating. So people have now become afraid of gravity. Gravity is not buoyancy and density. Buoyancy and density are both part of the standard model of physics, and so is gravity, and all of them work perfectly well together. One's a force, one is a physical property. Okay, but those sort of things can sound very convincing to us. It used to be that one would work hard and gain one's individual expertise, and the world worked much more like the body of Messiah. But now the hand says that it has no need of the brain. So it used to be the situation where everyone would become educated in their individual thing, and then everyone would rely on everyone else to be the expert in that thing. And that's not a perfect system. Okay, you've got people relying far too much on their family doctor for something. You know, 99.9% of the time their family doctor might be right, but sometime they might advise them something that's wrong. It's always good to be aware that it's not a perfect system. In Ireland, it used to be that everyone would absolutely believe everything that the priest said because he was the expert in the Word of God. So I'm not saying that it doesn't cause aberrations. I'm just saying that now the situation we have is that everyone feels qualified to proffer an opinion on fields that in reality require many years of education and experience to be adept in. It reminds me, okay, Charlie is an expert in playing the guitar. Okay, he's an expert in it. I used to send videos to him of people that I thought were good at playing the guitar because they could play it really, really quickly or whatever it was. And I'd send him videos and I'd be like, wow, look at this. This is incredible. And Charlie would be like, no, it's rubbish. But I thought from an amateur perspective that it was good because it seemed good to me and there were elements of it that I could look at and say, that's amazing. But when I went to an expert with that, the expert told me, oh, actually, you're not considering this, you're not considering that. It looks good, it looks impressive, but actually, technically, it's rubbish. And the same thing is true when we get these ideas in our heads, and then we cast out the experts as if they are anathema to us. Everything has become more instant gratification, and skills that require much hard work and understanding of complexity are now undervalued. Bite-sized pseudo-wisdom nuggets have in that environment become persuasive. Tech speak, GIFs and memes have become ways for the overconfident, ignorant, and smug about it to feel superior about their misunderstandings. The idea that anything of value takes time and diligence to acquire has been drowned out in preference of, this makes sense, seems reasonable, and agrees with my outlook. And as I say, this is something that we're programmed to respond in that way. But then once given information and immersed into that culture and causes negative effects. The only source one can rely upon is what the word says. Okay? Yehovah is the expert. Okay? On everything. He is the creator. He did it all. So I've shown you that people come to believe things are quite reasonable and believe that things are scientifically proven when they are anything but that. People can do that. Those people will then hold that up as this is what science says, and it is opposed to what the word says, but I believe what science says, when they're massively misinformed about what science actually says. Even when science actually says something, like the scientific consensus on something, like evolution, which is opposed to what the word says, that doesn't stand up to the word. So you can get as good as you want at science, but if it's opposed to what the word says, then you have no leg to stand on. If you are completely misinformed and you're subject to all of these things, and in fact, although you think you know all this stuff about science, you don't. If in that position you stand against the word of Elohim, then that's utterly pathetic in Yehovah's sight. 1 Peter 3:15 says, "But set apart Yehovah Elohim in your hearts. Always be ready to give an answer to everyone asking you a reason concerning the expectation that is in you with meekness and fear." So it is good for us to understand things scientifically from the point of view of what the word says. It's good for us to be able to justify what the word says to anybody who would ask a reason of us. The opposite of this, though, is not true. It's not good to become educated in reasons why the word of Elohim is not to be believed, or why it needs to be changed or modified in line with these ideas that you've come to possess. Isaiah 44:24-25 says, "Thus said Yehovah your Redeemer, he who formed you from the womb. I am Yehovah doing all, stretching out the heavens all alone." It was all Yehovah, spreading out the earth with none beside me. He didn't have a panel of experts that he went to find out whether what he was doing is right. He is the expert. Frustrating the signs of the babblers, driving diviners mad, turning wise men backward, making their knowledge foolish. He's always done this. So now when people come with half-baked scientific ideas and try to stand in opposition of him, this is where Yehovah is coming from. 1 Corinthians 1:18-20, "The word of the cross is indeed foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of Elohim. For it has been written, I shall destroy the wisdom of the wise and set aside the learning of the learned ones. Where is the wise? Where is the scholar? Where is the debater of this age? Has not Elohim made foolish the wisdom of the world?" And that's all the people who actually know what they're talking about, not the people who've listened to things which kind of sound a bit scientific and have become convinced that they know more than other people who are in opposition to the word. The natural man does not receive the matters of the Spirit of Elohim. They are foolishness to him. He is unable to know them because they're spiritually discerned. So as we go through the laws in the Torah portion, we should expect that these things seem opposed to where we're coming from, or we're coming from previously, our own moral convictions, our own beliefs formed on what we've seen and experienced in the world. Yehovah says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares Yehovah. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." Again, that being true, it's no surprise that we're going to come across a load of things that we think, oh, I would have thought that that was different. My own morality is different on that. "Let all the earth fear Yehovah, let all the inhabitants of the world stand in awe of him. For he spoke and it came to be. He commanded and it stood fast. Yehovah brings the counsel of the nations to naught. He thwarts the plans of the peoples. The counsel of Yehovah stands forever. The plans of his heart to all generations. Okay? He spoke and it happened. He brought all things to be. The inhabitants of the world should stand in awe of him and who he is, not rely on their own counsel, their own thoughts to say, well, actually, think that you might be wrong about that. I think that this is right and that this is wrong. The counsel of Yehovah is what stands. Blessed is the nation whose Elohim is Yehovah, the people whom he has chosen as his own inheritance, those he has separated from the Gentiles, and from all of that rubbish he separated us out and told us how to be. Trust in Yehovah with all your heart. Lean not on your own understanding. Know him in all your ways, and he makes your path straight. Stop trying to make your path straight when they want to go in another way to what Yehovah wants. Don't lean on what you understand. Trust in him. Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear Yehovah. Turn away from evil. Whether you think it's evil or not, he defines what evil is. It is healing to your navel and moistening to your bones. Even if you think something else is healing to your navel, but what Yehovah says goes directly against it. You want healing? Stop trying to lean on your own understanding and bring those things about. Follow what Yehovah says is good. I'll finish with this. Woe to the stubborn children, declares Yehovah, to make counsel, but not from me. To devise plans, but not of my spirit. Okay, his spirit is his word. Remember, his mouth is his word. His voice is his word. In order to add sin to sin. Who are setting out to go down to Egypt and have not asked my mouth, his word. To be strengthened in the strength of Pharaoh. To seek refuge in the shadow of Mitzrayim, in the protection that Mitzrayim can offer, the things of the world, the things of the Gentiles. They go out and they want to derive safety and security from them, not paying attention to Yehovah's word. The strength of Pharaoh shall become your shame. The refuge in the shadow of Mitzrayim shall become your confusion. Okay, that's what happens to people who go after these other ideas. For his princes were at Zoan, and his messengers came to Chenes. They were all ashamed of a people who do not profit them, not for help or profit, but a shame and also a reproach. Think of them relying on the magicians of Pharaoh. Okay? Ultimately, they were shown to be a nonsense, a nothing, and they were ashamed of them and having relied upon them. The message concerning the beasts of the south, through a land of trouble and distress, from which came the lioness and the lion, the adder and the fiery flying serpent. They convey their riches on the backs of young donkeys and their treasures on the humps of camels. Okay, they take all their goods and all the worldly possessions to an unprofitable people, something that will not profit them. Even Mitzrayim, whose help is vain and empty, whatever we think it might be. Therefore I have called her Rahav Haim Shaveth, and go write it before them on a tablet, inscribe it on a scroll that is for a latter day, a witness forever, that this is a rebellious people, lying children, children who refuse to hear the Torah of Yehovah. They want the wisdom of the world, the security of the world, and all those things of the Gentiles, those ideas that seem seductive that they go after. Who say to the seers, do not see, and to the prophets, do not prophesy to us what is right. We don't like that. That's a bit threatening to us. In fact, when you prophesy it to us, we're probably going to think that it's not true what you're saying. Speak to us what is smooth. Prophesy deceits to us, because we agree with those things. We want the things of Egypt and the wisdom that comes from there. Don't prophesy to us what's right, though. Turn aside from the way, swerve from the path, cause the set-apart one of Yisrael to cease from before us. Therefore, thus said the set-apart one of Yisrael, because you despise this word, and you trust in oppression and perverseness, and you rely on them, Therefore, this crookedness is to you like a breach ready to fall, a bulge in a high wall whose breaking comes suddenly, swiftly. And he shall break it like the breaking of the potter's vessel, which is broken in pieces without sparing, so that there is not found among its fragments a sherd to take fire from the hearth or to take water from the cistern. For thus said the Master Yehovah, the set apart one of Israel, in returning and rest you are saved. In stillness and trust is your strength. But you would not. You wanted to trust in your own understanding, to lean on your own understanding. That is true of you. You're in this situation. Your destruction will come upon you swiftly. You will think that you can rely on all of those things and that everything is going swimmingly. But Yehovah, he shall break it, and you will have nothing upon which to rely. The second, third, and fourth parts, we're going to have a look at the laws in this Torah portion and how this thinking stops people from following something very simply said to them. Okay, so last part looked at how we can come to believe things are effective or are scientifically sound when they're not. So we can believe things are good for our health based on them having all this scientific stuff couched around it, and it's not true. So with that knowledge that we can be easily fooled by things that sound scientific, it should be all the more obvious to us when we come to things in the Word that we think, I'm not sure that I agree with that morally, or science has proven something different to what the Word says. We should all be aware that we can be fooled and we can be led astray. And that even if we were experts in a field, if it opposes what the Word says, then it's that's wrong and not the Word. So Deuteronomy 21:15, when a man has two wives, one loved and the other unloved, and they have borne him children, both the loved and the unloved, and the firstborn son is of her who is unloved, then it has been on the day of causing his sons to inherit his possessions, he is not allowed to treat the son of the beloved wife, as firstborn in the face of the son of the unloved, who is truly the firstborn. Two wives, one is the truly loved wife, the other isn't. Your firstborn son happens to come from the unloved wife. When you're giving your possessions to them, you might want to treat the other firstborn child of the loved wife. You might want to give your possessions to them, as Jacob did, incidentally, with Joseph. He gave Joseph the double portion blessing that was to go to the firstborn. Rachel was the loved wife. Leah was the unloved wife. And yet he didn't give the double portion to Reuben, who was the son of Leah. But he is to acknowledge the son of the unloved wife as the firstborn by giving him a double portion of all that he has. For he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. Now you might be like Jacob. You might think, well, I don't want to give it to Reuben because Reuben, he was trying to do this and he was trying to do that. Reuben really wasn't somebody that I want to be honoring. So you might look at this and you might say, well, that's not in accordance with my morality. That's not what I think you should do. Yehovah says that is the way that it must be done. So what do? We don't lean on our own understanding of the situation. We trust in Yehovah. When a man has a wayward and rebellious son who is not listening to the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and who, when they have disciplined him, does not listen to them, then his father and his mother have taken hold of him and brought him out to the elders of the city, to the gate of his city, and they've said to the elders of his city, this son of ours is wayward and rebellious. He is not listening to our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of his city shall stone him to death with stones. Thus you shall purge the evil from your midst, and let all Yisrael hear and fear. So people might say, I'm to take my son out and they're to stone my son to death. That doesn't sound like something I want to do. I'm not going to do that. This, of course, isn't a small child. Okay, if they're a glutton and a drunkard, this is somebody who is at least advanced somewhat in their teenage years. But this is someone who has become rebellious and wayward. Okay, and this is something that parents allow to happen. Now, this is when they have disciplined him. Well, this becomes a point of contention for people, whether or not to discipline their children at all, and how to discipline their children. Some people have taken on the sort of, progressive thought of the SJW that has been acquired from these little tiny nuggets of information that has been weaved together into like a map of the world that makes sense to them. And they think that all children are actually these precious little snowflakes, and a child does no evil. And it's actually when the parents inflict discipline on the child, then the child can start to become wayward and rebellious. But that's actually in contradistinction. It is opposed to what the word of Elohim says. This is from hand-in-hand parenting. Okay, so this is the sort of information which is readily available to people who are just going about trying to be good parents, and they're researching on the internet how is the best way to be a good parent. Many studies have been done on spanking in the United States and in other countries. The evidence is clear that the effects on children are negative. The American Academy of Pediatrics and a long list of other professional societies take a clear stand against the corporal punishment, that's hitting children, of children both at home and in the schools. One study showed that the more parents spank children for antisocial behavior, the more the antisocial behavior increased. The more children are hit, the more likely they are to hit others, including peers and siblings, and as adults, the more likely they are to hit their spouses. So anybody who is a parent who is looking to raise a good child might come across this information and say, oh, we've got all of the points that we looked at in the first part. This is backed by science. Okay, we've got scientific studies that show this, and I don't want them to become antisocial. And it makes sense to me that if you hit a child, you're going to make a child violent. People believe very much the same sort of thing when it comes to dogs. If you hit a dog, what you do is you create a violent dog. And this is something that has truth in certain circumstances. This is where we can go back to things like the reliability of a study. So one study showed that the more parents spanked their children for antisocial behavior, the more antisocial behavior increased. Okay. What was the sample size? Who were the people being studied? Who were the people doing the study? If it was the Anti-Spanking Association doing the study, then it's probably going to be biased. If the people who are being studied are people who are hitting their children in aggression because they're angry with them, then that's going to have a different result to people who are hitting their children to discipline them. People for whom it would be painful to discipline their children. It's not something that they want to do, as opposed to somebody who is aggressive, who wants to hit the child in order to punish them and make them feel bad for making them feel bad. They're two totally different things. Also, are these people who follow the Word of God? The Word of God says to spank your children. Maybe if that exists isolated from the rest of the practice of the Word of God, then that could be a bad thing. But to look at this and say, it's been scientifically proven that hitting your children increases antisocial behavior is just inaccurate for all of the reasons that we were looking at in the first part. Cesar Millan is somebody who like him or dislike him. Maybe if you don't like the idea of hitting dogs, you're going to dislike this guy. The reason that I put him up is because he disproves this theory. You might not like the idea of hitting dogs just as your own morality, but when you're considering, does hitting children or hitting dogs make them violent later in life, you only have to look to this man's practices. He will come along and he will physically discipline a dog, not in anger, but to exert control, to say, I'm the one in control, you're the one who should be listening. And the dogs respond to him. And he can take a violent dog and make it a very well-behaved dog. That disproves the hypothesis that hitting a dog in any circumstance will make it violent. Same is true with children. If you go about disciplining them angrily, then you may well cause negative effects. It certainly seems like some studies have suggested it. But that's not all situations. So these things have not been scientifically proven. And in fact, we have a great famous example of somebody who disproves that, whether or not you like the practice morally. So the guy that I talked about before, Peter Ditto, just that psychologist who investigated the emotional drivers that we have in situations and intuitive drivers about things and how they affect how we interpret information. So Ditto and his former student, Brittany Liu, have shown the link between people's moral convictions and their assessment of facts. They found people who were morally opposed to condom education, for example, were less likely to believe that condoms were effective at preventing pregnancy and sexually transmitted diseases. Similarly, when people had moral qualms about capital punishment, that's the death penalty, they were less likely to believe it was an effective way to deter crime. So the same is true with something like corporal punishment. If somebody has a moral qualm with hitting a child, they are less likely to believe that that will be effective in disciplining them. In fact, they will believe that it's likely to be ineffective at disciplining the child. So when somebody is in that situation, they're likely to believe scientific data which leans one way or another. But we, as people who are set apart, people who believe the word of Yehovah, okay, that is the only thing that we can trust. And we know that we can be led astray very easily by our emotions and by our intuitions. And when we look at science and we say, well, this science proves one thing or another. Okay, so people must conform themselves to the word, leaning on that rather than on their own understanding of things. The only source one can rely upon is what the word says. That's the only thing that you can say, that is true. And I know that that is true. And I know that if I do that, then it will have good outcomes. If science, as you understand it, opposes that, then that is of zero consequence. It's a matter of belief and unbelief. We know that belief is equated with obedience. Okay? You cannot believe without being obedient. And unbelief is equated with disobedience. So if you're disobedient, when the word says that when you raise children, you should discipline them, and that discipline should be physical, that is unbelief of his word. It's not believing it. Proverbs 23:13-14 says, do not withhold discipline from a child. And you get people who are very progressive in their outlooks, and they will say, no, I'm not going to discipline my child physically. I'm just going to speak to them very calmly and very civilly until they stop throwing a tantrum and they do whatever it is. And that's the right way to do it, because I don't want to inflict any psychological damage on them. And there's all these papers that show that if you speak to children in the wrong way, you're going to cause them harm. So we've looked at those studies are not like established science. You have to understand that those things may not be right, and when the word is opposed to them, that they're not right. Next it says, if you beat him with a rod, he does not die. The word is nakah, okay, often translated as smite. So the discipline that it's talking about here is to smite or to beat a child with a rod. Verse 14 says, beat him with a rod and deliver his soul from Sheol. Okay, so the discipline that you're not to withhold is physical. This is where people will go into the realm of changing the meaning of the word of Elohim and say, oh, when it says beat him with a rod, it's talking about this figurative thing or that figurative thing, and it means this or that. And they'll go with a definition that allows them to continue to be the way that they want to be. They will not look at this and say, well, this verse says that my moral convictions are wrong. They will instantly look to any little thing that they see as a get out. But this word nakah, the idea of disciplining somebody by nakahing them with a rod. Okay, the fact that it says if you beat them, they won't die should show us that it's something physical. But Exodus 21 says, and when a man nakahs his male or female servant with a rod so that he dies under his hand, okay, so this is talking about nakahing them so that they die. It's the same thing. It's punishment of a male or female servant. Here, if you do it excessively so that they die, then he shall certainly be punished. Okay, and it goes into the punishment for this. But we can see that this discipline with a rod, this smiting or beating with a rod, is something that is physical. Proverbs 22:15 tells us something very interesting about children for anybody who thinks, oh, they're just these innocent little souls and there's no wickedness or evil that exists within them. Folly is bound up in the heart of a child. The rod of discipline drives it far from him. Okay. Beating with the rod, that will drive the folly which is in the heart of a child far from them. It's not the culture that we exist in. Okay, and you can find science that disagrees with this. But as we've looked at, that's not reliable. We are not experts in those things. We can come to be misled about those things, and if we never read the studies, then we can just go around saying it's been scientifically proven that hitting children is bad for them. That's a misleading statement. The rod of discipline drives this from the child. We're also told in Luke 12:47-48, okay, that servant who knew his master's desire, did not prepare, nor did according to his desire, shall be beaten with many stripes. This is the beating of the servant that we saw, the nakahing of the servant with the rod. But he who did not know, yet did what deserved flogging, shall be beaten with few. So, in Yehovah's eyes, there are acts that deserve this punishment. Okay? As for servants, it's the same punishment with children. It's a physical punishment. It drives the folly which is in their hearts far from them, because children aren't just natural little innocent beings. Okay, children are fallen beings. Even a child is known by his deeds, whether his work is clear and right. Even a child. The wrong have been estranged from the womb. These who speak lies go astray from birth. Okay? So the idea that children are innocent and you're going to damage the precious little snowflake and they're going to turn out to be bad is actually entirely backwards to what the word of Elohim says. Okay? Children have wickedness within them just as much as any of us do. He who spares his rod hates his son. Hates his son. But he who loves him, so you want to love your children, seeks him with discipline. So people have got it entirely backwards. They say, oh no, that's not a loving way to be. That's a hateful way to be, disciplining them with a rod. But he who spares the rod in Yehovah's eyes, and therefore in actuality and objective truth, hates his son. Discipline your son because there is hope. Okay, so to people who've got wayward and rebellious children, this is the result. This is the advice rather. Discipline your son because there is hope. Do not set your soul on his death. Okay, the Torah says if they're wayward and rebellious, take them out to the elders of the city and they will be stoned. This tells us, if you see this start to happen, there is hope. Don't set your soul on, or this one's just going to be a wrong and forever. They're going to go astray, be wayward and rebellious, and then it's going to come a time when they're at such an age when they're going to be taken out to the elders and they're going to be killed. A rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child unrestrained brings shame to his mother. So how do you restrain the child? With the rod and reproof. You tell them where they're wrong and you discipline them physically. Because if not, a child that is not disciplined in such a way brings shame to his mother. When the wrong have become many, transgression increases, but the righteous look on their fall. Discipline your son, and he brings you rest and delight to your life. So again, it's a question of, do you believe the word? Maybe this is completely against your morality, and you think, I'm just not really the sort of person who disciplines a child and tells them off and hits them when they're really stepping out of line. If you do so, it brings rest and delight to your life, or it will bring shame to you. Hebrews 12:5-11 teaches us about discipline. You have forgotten the appeal which speaks to you as sons. My son, do not despise the discipline of Yehovah, nor faint when you are reproved by him. For whom Yehovah loves, he disciplines, and flogs every son whom he receives. Okay, just like the discipline of a parent, an earthly parent. If you endure discipline, Elohim is treating you as sons. For what son is there whom a father does not discipline? But if you are without discipline, of which all have become sharers, then you are illegitimate and not sons or not children. Moreover, we indeed had fathers of our flesh disciplining us, and we paid them respect. Shall we not much rather be subject to the Father of spirits and live? So our fathers disciplined us, okay, and it causes us to have respect for them. For they indeed disciplined us for a few days as seemed best to them, but he does it for our profit, that we might share in his set apartness. And indeed, no discipline seems pleasant at the time, but painful. This is how discipline needs to be. This is what trains us to be different. If you're just speaking very gently to somebody to try and convince them, and they've got wickedness in their heart, it's not going to be effective. But afterwards, it yields the peaceable fruit of righteousness to those who have been trained by it. So the scriptures are very clear what the nature of this discipline is, what the outcome is if you don't discipline, and what the outcome is if you do discipline. Exodus 21 verse 15 says, he who smites his father or mother shall certainly be put to death. Okay, so if a child is to do the opposite, is to beat or to smite, to nakah his father or his mother, then that child is put to death. So anybody loving their children is going to want to avoid raising up a little terror that it's going to end up striking their father or mother, or one who's going to end up being wayward and rebellious. And we're told that that's the outcome without discipline. The outcome with discipline is that it will bring peace to your life. Deuteronomy 21 continues in verse 22 and says, and when a man has committed a sin worthy of death, then he has been put to death, and you have hung him on a tree. Let his body not remain overnight on the tree, but you do certainly bury him the same day. For he who is hanged is accursed of Elohim, so that you do not defile the land which Yehovah your Elohim is giving you as an inheritance. This isn't really a statement that's going to stand up to any kind of scientific understanding. It's another statement where you either have to trust and believe, or you lean on your own understanding. Maybe it's not good for you to remove the body that's hung on the tree that day. Maybe it'd be better for you to do it in the morning. Maybe it makes sense in 100 different ways to do it the next day. But Yehovah is clear. If you believe him, you'll be obedient. If you are in unbelief, you will be disobedient. Deuteronomy 22:1. You do not see your brother's ox or his sheep going straying away, and have hidden yourself from them. You do certainly return them to your brother without fail. And if your brother is not near you, or if you have not known him, then you have brought it to your own house, and it has been with you until your brother seeks it. Then you have returned it to him. And so you do with his donkey, and so you do with his garment, and so you do with whatever your brother loses, which he has lost and you have found. You are not allowed to hide yourself. This is the very reason why we've got a ton of stuff here from Sukkot, which nobody has claimed, okay? Because we are to keep it until somebody seeks it. Maybe that doesn't make sense to us. Maybe we think, oh, we'll just get rid of it. You know, it's been long enough now, we'll just get rid of it all. Just if anybody does know whose any of the stuff is that's been sent out on the WhatsApp group, please let us know. But you can justify disobedience, but it's unbelief. Verse 4 says, you do not see your brother's donkey or his ox fall down on the way and have hidden yourself from them. You do certainly raise them up with him. Maybe you're on your way somewhere and you're in a hurry, and it's important, the thing that you're going to go and do. And you can justify to yourself, oh, looks like Charlie's having trouble with his ox over there. Better just not look. Move on. No, you're not allowed to do that. Maybe you don't understand why. Maybe it doesn't make sense to you. That's irrelevant. Okay? You do certainly raise them up with him. A woman does not wear that which pertains to a man, nor does a man put on a woman's garment. For whoever does this is an abomination to Yehovah your Elohim. Okay, so the way that this reads in English sounds like women don't wear men's clothes, men don't wear women's clothes. Okay, probably a very good principle for us to follow. But what this actually says in the text of the original language shows us much more. Okay, and it shows us where Paul gets some of the things that he writes in the New Testament from. 1 Corinthians 11, 3-5 says, and I wish you to know that the head of every man is the Messiah, and the head of every woman is the man, and the head of Messiah is Elohim. Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, brings shame to his head. Every woman praying or prophesying with her head uncovered brings shame to her head. For that is one and the same as if her head was shaved. So we're going to need to know some words here. We're going to need to know the word kata, and we're going to need the word kaluptos or kalupto. Okay? First, in verse 3, it's establishing the order here, the order of authority. The head of every man is the Messiah, is Yeshua. The head of the woman is the man. Not in all situations. In a marriage, the man would be the head. Not all men are head of all women. The head of the Messiah is Elohim. So it sets in place the chain of authority, if you like. Confuses some people because it uses the word head. And then when it says, every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, brings shame to his head. Well, it's obviously not talking about praying or prophesying with Messiah covered. Okay, this is talking about having your head covered. It's the same word. It's the same word in Hebrew and in Greek. So we need to understand what this is for one to have one's head covered. Okay, because you don't want to bring shame to your head. Woman praying with her head uncovered brings shame to her head. So does that mean that all women need to wear head coverings? Certainly don't find that anywhere in the Torah. For that is one and the same as if the head were shaved. Interesting statement. The woman's head is uncovered. It is the same as if her head was shaved. When we realize what this covering is, that statement will make sense. For if a woman is not covered, is not kata kalupto, let her also be shorn. be shaved, shorn. But if it is a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaved, let her be katakalupto, let her be covered. For a man indeed should not katakalupto his head, since he is in the likeness and esteem of Elohim, but woman is the esteem of man. And remember this chain of authority that we saw. So this is the word katakalupto. Okay, you can see here, kata, down, can also mean according to. It's a preposition, and its meaning is dependent on its context. Preposition like upon or under. Okay, in English we have these separate prepositions. In Greek you'll get like a preposition which means a number of different things. So kata, in this context, means down, and kalupto, meaning to cover, properly to cover down. The covering is down in some way. To make appropriate, i.e. to wear a veil. You can katakalupto your head with a veil because it hangs down from your head. Okay, katakalupto here on Blue Letter Bible says to cover up, to veil or cover oneself, to cover wholly, i.e. veil something, to cover or hide. And you'll notice its root words are kata and kalupto. Kalupto is a verb. It means to hide or to veil something. To cover up, literally or figuratively, to cover or hide. So that's what it is to kalupto something. When you kalupto something, you kata kalupto it. It's the preposition meaning down. So it's something that is down, that is doing the covering. Kata can mean down from, throughout, according to, toward, along, depending on the context. So when you're talking about covering something, it's down. Verse 8 says, for man is not from woman, but woman from man. For man also was not created for the woman, but woman for the man. Because of this, the woman ought to be subject to authority by her head, because of the angels. Now, Paul is drawing all of this from the Torah. I'm going to show you. Verse 11 says, notwithstanding, man is not independent of woman, nor woman independent of man in the master. For as the woman was from the man, even so the man also is through the woman, but all are from Elohim. Judge for yourselves, is it proper for a woman to pray to Elohim with her head a katakaluptos? Okay, so not katakaluptod. Does not nature itself teach you that if a man indeed has long hair, it is a disgrace to him? Okay, so you're reading this in the English, and I'd be like, where's Paul getting this from? What's this talking about? What covered? What exactly does that mean? The Greek's much more explicit. Paul reveals that what he's talking about here is hair. Okay, so something to katakalupto you, your hair can accurately be described as something that katakaluptos you. So, does not nature itself teach you that if a man indeed has long hair, it is a disgrace to him? Now, this could be talking about multiple things. Could be talking about the fact that men go bald as they get older. Women don't go bald. Can also be talking about something else that I'll get to when we look back at the commandment. And verse 15 says, but if a woman has long hair, it is an esteem to her, since the long hair has been given to her for a veil. Okay, a veil is something else which katakaluptos your head. So Paul reveals absolutely that it's a disgrace for a man to have long hair, and that it is a shame if he prays or prophesies with his head katakaluptos, which is what your hair does. And a woman should have a covering, something that katakaluptos hair. And her hair has been given to her as a veil which katakaluptos her. So a woman must pray or prophesy with her head katakaluptos. And we can see this is talking about a woman's hair being long. 1 Corinthians 14, everything we were reading then was from chapter 11. Paul, in the same letter, people like to section up these things and take things out of context, but in the same letter, he says, if anyone thinks himself to be a prophet or spiritual, let him acknowledge what I write to you, that they are the commandments of the Master. They're the commandments of Adonai. So what we should expect is that the things that Paul writes come from the commandments. A woman does not wear that which pertains to a man. Okay, in the Hebrew it says keli gever. Nor does a man, a gever. Remember in Hebrew a man is an ish, often an enosh. A gever is a strange word to be used here. Put on a woman's simlah. For whoever does this is an abomination to Yahovah your Elohim. You do this, then it is a disgrace, it's a shame unto you. Okay, so a woman's not to put on the keli gever, or to keli, an article, vessel, implement, a utensil. This depends on exactly what it's applied to. That's why it's translated as that which pertains to. So that which pertains to a soldier would be that which different to that which pertains to a baker. Or that which pertains to a woman would be different from that which pertains to a man. Okay? But it's not keli ish or keli enosh, it's keli gever. Gever is talking about one who is strong. Think about the word giborim, the mighty men. Okay? A gever is talking about strength. Okay? By implication, certainly can be a man. We're told in 1 Peter 3 verse 7, in the same way husbands live understandingly together, giving respect to the wife as to the weaker vessel. So in a relationship, you've got the weaker vessel and you've got the gever. When it comes to male and female, you've got the weaker and the strong. So the gever, by implication, is the man. Well, that would be important. Okay, a man should not wear a woman's simlah. Okay, and this word is not the usual word for a garment. Okay, we've got wrapper, mantle, covering garment. It can be garments, clothes, raiment, a cloth. Okay, but it comes from the idea of assuming the shape of the object beneath. Okay, like your hair would. That which covers somebody. You could call it a garment, but it comes from the idea of it taking the shape of that which is underneath. Okay, so we've got some different terms used to what you would expect. So a woman does not wear that which pertains to the strong one. Who's the strong one? You've got the weaker vessel and you've got the stronger. Nor does the strong one put on a woman's covering garment, or what assumes the shape of what is underneath. And we know that for the woman, her hair is given to her as this covering, as her simlah. So this statement would not just include women wearing men's clothes and men wearing women's clothes, although it would. It is wider than that. And it is from here that Paul draws, or it seems to me that it's from here that Paul draws his authority to speak of men having long hair, just that for the woman, for the weaker vessel, and women having that which pertains to the strong one, being the short hair. 1 Corinthians 11, 3 onwards, I think. Maybe it's the 5. I wish you to know that the head of every man is the Messiah, the head of the woman is the man, the head of Messiah is Elohim. Every man praying or prophesying, having his head covered, brings shame to his head. That which is hanging down, that which is assuming the shape of that which is underneath, that which is, in Greek, katakaluptoing. Every woman praying or prophesying with her head akatakaluptos brings shame to her head, for that is one and the same as if her head were shaved. Okay, she has nothing to katakalupto her hair. She has no simla. For if a woman is not katakalupto, let her also be shorn. But if it is a shame for a woman to be shorn or shaved, let her be katakalupto. For a man indeed should not katakalupto his head, since he is the likeness and esteem of Elohim, but woman is the esteem of man. Okay, so a man should not take that which is the woman's simla, whatever that pertains to, and it certainly pertains to that which the woman has to katakalupto her head. For man is not from woman, but woman from man. Verse 10, it says, because of this, the woman should be subject to authority by her head. Okay, so the woman should not wear that which pertains to the strong one, to the giver. The woman is, in other words, subject to authority, subject to the strong one by her head. That's how Paul prefaces the entire thing. He starts this passage by establishing that chain of authority. Verse 14 to 15 says, does not nature itself teach you that if a man indeed has long hair, it is a disgrace to him? But if a woman has long hair, it is an esteem to her, since the long hair has been given to her for a veil, for something to katakalupto her head, for a simla. Something that katakaluptos your head is, by definition in Hebrew, a simla. And Paul takes all of this from the commandments. And he says, if you're spiritual, then you'll realize that these things are taken from the commandments of Yehovah. He's not just freestyling and throwing this out there and saying, oh, this is what I think. If a man's got long hair, then it's a shame or a disgrace to him. Takes it from the Torah. In Revelation 9, verse 8, okay, we see hair and its length referred to here. Okay, they had hair like women's hair. Well, what does that mean? Women's hair is the same as men's hair in all things but its length. Okay, so they had long hair would be another way to say this. Deuteronomy 32:42 says, I make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword devours flesh with the blood of the slain and the captives from the long-haired enemy chiefs. It's literally what the passage says. The enemy, the Gentiles, are the ones seen as having long hair. For Israel, they were not. A man was not to take on the simla of a woman, which would include her hair. Numbers 6 verse 5 says, all the days of the vow of his separation, a razor does not come upon his head until the days are completed for which he does separate himself to Yehovah. He is set apart. He shall let the locks of his hair, of the hair of his head, grow long. So if a man is to set himself apart by letting his hair grow long, what does that tell you about the natural state that a man's hair should be in? Okay, you can't separate yourself if everyone's going around with long hair. Letting the locks of the hair of your head grow long is a way to set yourselves apart, to be set apart. It's the Gentiles, it's the enemies are the ones who have long hair. Now, people have long hair and they might think, oh, what's the harm in me having long hair? I like my long hair. That's, as we've seen, it's not an argument. Yehovah is the expert. Okay, he says not to do it. You don't know why. You might have a different morality. You might have a different way of thinking about things. But all those same things come into play again. People, and I've experienced this personally, when you come to them with information about why men should not have long hair according to the scriptures, what they do is they are less likely to think that that information has validity. And in fact, they are wired to disbelieve that information. The very fact that the scriptures tell us that it is a shame and a disgrace for a man to have long hair should be enough. But this is a great example of the sort of law where people take umbrage with the law based on their own morality, their own point of view. In Exodus 34, 33 to 35, it says, "And when Moshe ended speaking with them, he put a veil on his face." Okay? But whenever Moshe went in before Yehovah to speak with him, he would remove the veil until he came out. So we know that a veil is something which kata kaluptos you. Okay, so your head would be kata kaluptoed if you were wearing a veil. What did it say? It's a shame for a man to pray or prophesy when his head is kata kaluptoed. Here, Moshe went in to speak with Yehovah, and when he did, he took the veil, which was kata kaluptoing his head, he took it off. And the children of Israel would see the face of Moshe, that the skin of Moshe's face shone, and Moshe would put the veil on his face again until he went in to speak with him. So his head was kata kaluptoed with this veil until he went in to speak to Yehovah. Again, exactly in line with what Paul is talking about in 1 Corinthians 11. This is the word that is used in the Septuagint. This is the verb, not in the Septuagint, that's used in the Hebrew. Okay, it is the Septuagint. Sorry about that. Kaluma. Okay, the word for the veil on Moshe's face. Okay, I wanted to compare it to 1 Corinthians 11, so I looked at the Septuagint. Kaluma is a veil or covering, but look what word it comes from. Kalupto. Okay, so this veil was something which, being hung down from his face, was kata kaluptoing his face, and he would take it off when he went into the tent of meeting. Verse 6 of Deuteronomy 22 says, "When you come upon a bird's nest along the way, in any tree, or on the ground with young ones or eggs, with the mother sitting on the young or on the eggs, do not take the mother with the young. Let the mother go without fail, and take the young for yourself." What does this tell us is right in Yehovah's eyes to do? Our own morality might say taking the young from a mother is not moral in our eyes. Our morality might say that we shouldn't eat eggs or dairy or this or that because it's bad for us. What does Yehovah say is right? He says that you can take the eggs and you can take the young, but you must leave the mother. That's his morality. We have a choice of accepting his morality, and that is what is right, or saying our morality is right. And in that instance, if we do that, that is unbelief. We are an unbeliever of the word of Yehovah. When you build a new house, then you have made the parapet for your roof, and you do not bring blood guilt on your house when one falls from it. You might say, well, my house is out in the middle of nowhere, no one comes round, no one goes on the roof, this, that, and the other. All of these excuses. The word of Elohim is very simple. Do not sow your vineyard with different kinds of seed, lest the yield of the seed which you have sown and the fruit of the vineyard be defiled. So you could look at this and you can say, well, that doesn't make sense because of this or that, or because of this science or that science. Well, the word's very clear. When you're sowing your vineyard, don't sow it with different kinds of seed. Okay, the other time this scripture is given, it is when you sow your field. Don't sow it with different kinds of seed, lest the yield of the seed which you have sown and the fruit of your vineyard be defiled. Well, why would it become defiled? It is enough, and we might come to an understanding of that, but it is enough for Yehovah to say that it would be defiled in his sight. I had someone email me this week asking about this, how do we go about this? In our own garden at home, we've just made raised borders, and we've separated one raised border from another, so each plot of earth is separate and distinct, and then you sow one with one thing and you sow the other with the other. And do not plow with an ox and a donkey together. Do not put on a garment of different kinds of wool and linen together. Okay, so you're putting on a garment. Many translations say do not have it made of diverse material. Specifically in the Hebrew, it specifies wool and linen being together for whatever reason that is. Wool and linen are out. Do not plow with an ox and a donkey together. Okay? Well, I think that this is easily understandable. A farmer might tell me that I'm wrong in this, but an ox and a donkey are not going to be pulling the plow at the same sort of power. It's not going to be fair to the donkey to be yoked with an ox. And that might be the reason. It might not. Yahovah says not to do it, so we don't do it. This brings us to something that's written in 2 Corinthians 6. Do not become unevenly yoked with unbelievers. Okay? We can kind of think of an unbeliever as somebody who doesn't believe the word, doesn't believe in God, is an atheist. That's not what an unbeliever is scripturally. An unbeliever can be somebody who is disobedient to the word. Okay, that's what unbelief is. And we're counseled to not become unevenly yoked with unbelievers. And this is commonly seen to be talking about being married to somebody. You could even see it as working with somebody who is disobedient to the word or doesn't believe in Elohim. Maybe that wouldn't bear good fruit. For what partnership have righteousness and lawlessness? Righteousness and anomia, okay, is sin. Those who do not follow the law or some of the law. And what fellowship has light with darkness? What agreement has Messiah with worthlessness? Or what part does a believer have with an unbeliever? One who is obedient with someone who is disobedient. What union has the dwelling place of Elohim with idols? For you are a dwelling place of the living Elohim. As Elohim has said, I shall dwell in them and walk among them, and I shall be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. Okay, so people who have been married to people who are either disobedient or don't believe in the word of Elohim at all will realize that this causes problems. Okay, we're counseled in the word that wives, if you are with somebody who is disobedient to the word, you should try to persuade them by your own good behavior. You don't just get to say, they're not obedient to the word, so I'm not going to listen to them. They're told to be in subjection to their husbands and to win them over with their own good behavior. Well, Paul gives us some other counsel, which is very interesting. He says, and to the married, I command not I, but the master. So this is something from Yahovah. A wife should not separate from a husband. But if she is indeed separated, let her remain unmarried or be restored to favor with her husband. And let her husband not send away a wife. Talking about putting a wife away. To the rest I say, not the master. If any brother has an unbelieving wife, and she thinks well to live with him, let him not send her away. An unbelieving wife includes a wife who is disobedient. So don't send away your disobedient wife if she is prepared to live with you. A woman who has an unbelieving husband and he thinks well to live with her, let her not send him away. For the unbelieving husband has been set apart in the wife, and the unbelieving wife has been set apart in the husband. Otherwise, your children would be unclean, but now they are set apart. So this is talking about your children. It's not talking about anyone being saved or in a good place with Yahovah. It's talking about having children with them. You sanctify the other person so that your children are not counted as unclean before Yahovah. And if the unbelieving one separates, okay, so you should stay together. If one is disobedient, you should stay together. You don't send them away because of that. But if the unbelieving one, disobedient one, separates, let him separate himself or her separate himself. A brother or sister has not been enslaved in such matters, but Elohim has called us to peace. So if you're with an unbelieving husband or an unbelieving wife, a disobedient wife, and they want to separate, you are not guilty before Yahovah because of that. So, again, this Torah portion is just full of these things. And I love these Torah portions because, as I said at the beginning, we get an idea of who Yehovah is. We get an idea of what he says is righteousness. And they're just full of things to ponder and to wonder. David meditated on the Torah and he asked Yehovah to show him wondrous things out of the Torah. When you're submitted and you're a believer, someone who believes in Yehovah's word, they're amazing. Some of these things, people might think, oh, I do that, and I do that, and I do that, and they'll call it obedience. But when it comes to other things that go against where they're coming from, they will be disobedient. They will be in unbelief. This is a good example. This is one that people make excuses over, or just flat out don't follow, don't give any reason for it. They just don't do it. Make tassels, and the word there is gadil. It's not zitziot. On the four corners, the four kanafot. Okay, kanaf is a corner. Plural is kanafot. Of the garment with which you clothe yourself. So the garment you clothe yourself, the four corners, or the four kanafs, the kanafot of that garment, you are to make gadil. This is what the word gadil means. Okay, in its outline of biblical usage, Blue Letter Bible says twisted threads, tassels or festoons, I'm not sure what they are, tassels on clothes, festoons on capitals of columns. Oh, actually, yeah, I've looked at this word before. It's like the fancy bit at the top of the column. Okay, in the sense of twisting thread, i.e. a tassel or a festoon, a fringe. Okay, so what we all commonly wear is these, which have all been twisted together. So this is according to the Torah. It doesn't have to be fringes on a garment or anything like that. It doesn't have to be tassels in any other sense. These are perfectly appropriate for what it asks. And it asks for them to be on the four corners, or the four kanafs. This is the word kanaf. It says it's meaning wing or extremity, the edge, the border, or the corner of something, an edge or an extremity. So you can translate that as tassels on the edge of something. Malachi 4 verse 2 also uses this word. It says, "But to you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness shall arise with healing in his kanafot." Okay, in his wings, it's often translated as, or on his corners, on his edges, whatever word you'd want to put in there. Now, this is interesting because we see in the Gospels an account that might be explained by an understanding of this verse. Matthew 9:20-21 says, "And see, a woman who had a flow of blood for 12 years came from behind and touched the tzitzit of his garment." Okay, where are these tzitzit to be? These tassels, they're to be on your kanafot. "For she said to herself, if I only touch his garment, I shall be healed." Now, you could explain that by reference to Malachi 4:2, perhaps it certainly fits. But she touched the tzitzit of his garment, which isn't something that you'll find in most English translations. The word tzitzit, translated here, is crespedon. The extremity or prominent part of a thing, the edge, skirt, margin, the fringe of a garment, a tassel, tuft. The Jews had such appendages attached to their mantles to remind them of the law. So it's your tzitzit. This word crespedon is kind of an amalgamation of tzitzit and gadil, the tassels, and the kanafot. Okay, which is the edge or the extremity. This word refers to both the edge and the extremity and the thing that you would find on that. Verse 13 says, when any man takes a wife and has gone into her and has hated her and has made abusive charges against her and brought an evil name on her and said, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I did not find her a virgin. Okay, so this is the man who is being examined here. This is a man who's gone into this woman, has hated her, and has come out and made abusive charges against the woman, brought an evil name on the woman. So these are all the things that the man has done here. And he says, I did not find her a virgin. Then the father and mother of the young woman have taken and brought out the proof of the girl's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. And the girl's father has said to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man as wife, and he hates her. And see, he has made abusive charges against her, saying, I did not find your daughter a virgin, and yet these are the proofs of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the garment before the elders of the city. So what is this saying? This is not talking about a girl being stoned because her parents couldn't prove that she was a virgin with this proof of the girl's virginity. It's not what it's talking about, is it? It's talking about a man who has made abusive charges, has been proven wrong in those charges. That is the person in question here, not the girl. The girl is addressed separately. The elders of that city have taken that man and punished him. All of that is about a man who has brought abusive charges and has lied against somebody's honor. And find him 100 pieces of silver, given them to the father of the young woman, because he has brought an evil name on the virgin of Israel, and she is to be his wife. He is not allowed to put her away all his days. Okay, so all of that is to do with the man who has tried to get out of the marriage covenant by lying about somebody, bringing abusive charges and an evil name on somebody. And this is the punishment that is due to that man. But if the matter is true that the girl was not found a virgin, separate here, okay? It's not saying that if the sheets or the proof of her virginity are not brought out, then the matter is true. Okay, the Torah tells us you diligently search and establish whether a matter is true. And in order to establish that a matter is true, that entails the death penalty, as this does, they shall bring out the girl to the door of her father's house. The men of the city have stoned her to death with stones, because she has done wickedness in Israel to whore in her father's house. Thus you have purged the evil from your midst. The death penalty is involved here. In order for the death penalty to be proven true, it requires 2 to 3 witnesses. So that's probably quite a high evidentiary standard to find 2 or 3 witnesses that the girl was not a virgin. But that's what it's saying. It's saying if somebody's lied and you've proved that they're a liar, this is their punishment. But if they come out and say this and you can prove it to be true with 2 or 3 witnesses, then the girl is stoned to death. Deuteronomy 19:15-19 says, one witness does not rise up against a man concerning any iniquity or any sin that he commits. At the mouth of 2 witnesses or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, a matter is established. When the malicious witness rises up against any man to accuse him of turning aside, so that's what this guy would be doing. He'd be being a malicious witness. Then both men who have the dispute shall stand before Yehovah, before the priests and the judges who serve in those days. The judges shall diligently search and see if the witness is a false witness who has falsely accused his brother. So this is what it's talking about. He's come out with these abusive charges, brought an evil name on this girl. Then the judges will diligently search to see whether that's true. That is the context in which that evidence can be provided. Then you shall do to him as he thought to have done to his brother. Thus you shall purge the evil from your midst. So if this man has said this, and this was going to bring the death penalty on the girl, if his charge stood, then the punishment that would be due to him would be death. But that's not the punishment that's due to him. Why? Because if it's not proven that she is a virgin, then she is not stoned. Okay? That's not the punishment. That is only the punishment if you prove that she is not a virgin. Deuteronomy 17:6-7 says, "At the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses is he that is to die be put to death. He is not put to death by the mouth of 1 witness." That guy coming bringing the evil charges against the woman is not enough to put her to death. Okay, so the idea that if the proof's not provided that she's a virgin, then she'll be put to death is not true according to the Torah. It's taking these things out of context. The hand of the witnesses are first against him to put him to death, and the hand of all the people last. So you have purged the evil from your midst. So the guy coming and bringing these charges, this is what he is subject to. When a man is found lying with a woman married to a husband, then both of them have died, and all the witnesses, rather, all of the people who will come and say this about the woman, stand as witness against her, are subject to that. Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman, thus you have purged the evil from Israel. So if someone's found lying with a woman married, then it's the death penalty for both of them. When a girl who is a virgin is engaged to a husband, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, so not in the field, in the city, then you have brought them both out to the gate of the city and have stoned them to death with stones, the girl because she did not cry out in the city, and the man because he has humbled his neighbor's wife. Thus you have purged the evil from your midst. So if you cry out when there's people around, it can be stopped. But otherwise, you can say, "Oh no, I was being raped." If a man finds the girl who is engaged in the field, however, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her has died. Okay, so if they were outside of there being people around, you cannot know whether or not the girl was being raped or whether it was consensual. So in that circumstance, you err on the side of caution, and it's just the man. But you have done no matter to the girl. The girl has no sin worthy of death, for the matter is like a man who rises against his neighbor and has killed him. Okay, you are to take it as a rape, in other words. For he found her in the field, and she has cried out. Well, you make the assumption that she has cried out, the engaged girl, but without anyone to save her. This sort of thing, all of these, well, you kill somebody in this circumstance. If it's proven that she was not a virgin, then she is put to death. All of these things to do with the death penalty, people might say, my morality falls in a different place to this. This is not how I would go about things. This is brutality. Many people look at this sort of thing and say that, but this is a fantastic example of where we put our morality to the side and look to see what we can learn about Yehovah and about what actual right and actual wrong is. When we come to look at if the proof of virginity is brought out, then the guy is, he's fined and he's punished. When we look at that and we don't look at these things and say, what is the actual truth here? What is righteousness that's being done? It's very easy for us to read over it and say, well, this is somebody who's being brought out, and if they don't prove their virginity, then they're put to death. But when we know that Yehovah is righteous and that he is just, when we read over it, even if that's the immediate thing that we come to think, we will more carefully examine it to see what the case actually is, and it reveals much truth about what justice actually is. When a girl finds a girl who is a virgin, when a man finds a girl who's a virgin who is not engaged, he takes hold of her and lies with her, and they are found out, then the man who lay with her has given to the girl's father 50 pieces of silver, and she is to be his wife because he has humbled her. He is not allowed to put her away all his days. Okay, so what people think that this means is if a man takes hold of a girl, as in he rapes her, then he's to marry her. So the rapist has to marry the girl that he rapes. It's not what it says. Okay? Key in this is they are found out. This is a second telling of a law that we've seen before, which I'll show you in a second. Then, is it a case of if you sleep with somebody outside of marriage, then you have to marry them? Is that always the case? It's not what it says. And yet I know personally of a Torah assembly where this has been done, where somebody has been forced to marry somebody because they slept with each other outside of wedlock. That's not what it says. It says you go to the girl's father and he makes the decision in that case. Sleep with somebody outside the marriage, go to the girl's father decides. Exodus 22:16-17. When a man entices a virgin who is not engaged, okay, so this gives us a bit more context of what's happening here. He entices the woman and he lies with her. He does certainly pay the bride price for her to be his wife. He goes to her father, pays the 50 pieces of silver. If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he pays according to the bride price of virgins anyway. So you pay the 50 pieces of silver. This is not, if you sleep with someone outside the marriage, you have to marry them. It's different. Torah is much more nuanced. It's certainly not if you rape somebody, then you have to marry them. Verse 30 says, a man does not take his father's wife, nor uncover his father's skirt. Okay, people might have a different morality to that. As it happens today, most people don't have a different morality to that. They would agree with this, but that's not a reason that we follow the Torah because we agree with it or because we can think of a scientific reason why it's correct. No one wounded, crushed, or whose member is cut off does enter the assembly of Yehovah. No one of illegitimate birth does enter the assembly of Yehovah. Even a 10th generation of his does not enter the assembly of Yehovah. So when we think of the assembly of Yehovah, often we can just think it's talking about all of Israel. That cannot be true with this. Okay, the assembly of Yehovah cannot be anyone in Israel. Okay? You notice that it says, no one who's wounded, crushed, or whose member is cut off. We know, I'll put up the verse in a bit, we know that the eunuch who would fall into this is acceptable to be a part of Israel. Isaiah 56 tells us that explicitly. So this isn't saying they can't be a member of Israel. The assembly of Yehovah, as it turns out, is the leadership of the assembly. When it says come to the church, okay, you go and you speak to your neighbor, then you go and speak with somebody else, and then you take it to the church, the assembly, again, it's talking about going to the leadership. Okay, so somebody who is wounded, crushed, or whose member is cut off. Okay, so they have a problem with their masculinity. They are not allowed to be the leaders. Okay, we get this idea creeping in that women are allowed to be leaders in the body. Okay, this tells us that if a man has problems in those areas or in that area, that he is not allowed to be a leader in the assembly. Of course, the person that people always point to with this is Deborah. Okay, and Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, was ruling Israel at that time. So if this is against the Torah, then surely they weren't doing anything against the Torah in the time of the judges. She was ruling Israel at that time. Isaiah 3:1-12 tells us some interesting things about leadership. It says, for look, the Master Yehovah Sebaot is turning aside from Yerushalayim, from Yehudah, the stock and the store, all the supply of bread and all the supply of water, the mighty man, the man of battle, the judge and the prophet, the diviner and the elder, the commander of 50 and the highly respected man, the counselor, the skilled craftsman, and the clever enchanter. I shall make youths their heads, and children shall rule over them. Okay, we see this, don't we, with Manasseh. Manasseh was a child, and he was made a ruler over Israel when they were in their disobedience. The people shall exert pressure, man on man, man on his neighbor. The young rise up against the older, the lightly esteemed against the highly esteemed, which again is what we're seeing happening today with the highly respected man, those who are experts in whatever field. You're having people rise up against them with little to no knowledge on a subject, having gotten all these little snippets of information and saying that they know more than them. These cycles are repeating. When a man takes hold of his brother in the house of his father by the garment and say, come be a chief over us and let this ruin be under your hand. Okay, so someone comes and says, you come and be a leader, not this kid that we've got put over us. He shall swear in that day, saying, I am not a healer, for in my house is neither bread nor garment. Do not make me a chief of the people. For Yerushalayim has stumbled and Yehudah has fallen, because their tongue and their doings are against Yehovah, to provoke the eyes of his esteem. The look on their faces witnesses against them, and they declare their sin as Sodom. They do not hide it. Woe to their soul, for they have brought evil upon themselves. Or the people who would say, oh, we're not doing that commandment and that other commandment, and we're not going to hide it from anybody. We're going to be proud that we're not doing these things. Maybe we'll justify it. Maybe we've taken away all of the wise people and all of the respected people, and now we just listen to drivel. We don't hide the fact that we transgress the commands of Yehovah. Say to the righteous, it is well, for they eat the fruit of their doings. Woe to the wrong, evil, for the reward of his hand is done to him. My people, youths exert pressure on them, and women rule over them. O my people, your leaders lead you astray and swallow the way of your paths. So it's not saying having children in leadership or women in leadership is good. It's saying that it is something which will come upon Israel when they disobey Yehovah, when they're in rebellion, which was, of course, the situation when Deborah was ruling over Israel. Throughout the book of Judges, we read things like this. When the children of Yisrael cried out to Yehovah, Yehovah raised up a savior for the children of Yisrael who saved them, Othniel, son of Kenaz. And he was a judge. He was raised up. When the children of Israel cried out to Yehovah, Yehovah raised up a savior for them, Ehud, son of Gerah. So he's raising up these male saviors for them. When everything goes bad, after the saviors put everything correct, everything goes bad, and then they cry out to Yehovah, and then Yehovah raises up somebody righteous to instruct them and to lead them properly. So Yehovah is the one who's raising up all of these judges. When it comes to Deborah, okay, he raised up Ehud. It says when Ehud was dead, the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of Yehovah. Therefore, Yehovah sold them into the hand of Yavin, the king of Canaan, who reigned in Chatzor. And the commander of the army was Sisera, who was dwelling in Chatzeroth, Hagoyim. And the children of Israel cried out to Yehovah because he had 900 chariots of iron, and for 20 years he harshly oppressed the children of Israel. Did Yehovah raise up Deborah? No. Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, was ruling Israel at the time. When was she ruling them? When they were in disobedience and when they were crying out to Yehovah. So did Yehovah institute Deborah to be a judge of the children of Israel? No. Deborah was not a judge. She was a prophetess. She was just the one who happened to be ruling Israel at that time, which we know happens when Israel are disobedient. So we can't point to Deborah and say, well, Deborah was a ruler of Israel, so surely it's a good thing because Deborah was a good person. Those things don't mesh. Again, a little bit more understanding of what the scriptures actually say, then out of context things take on a different light. Judges 6:1 says, the children of Israel did evil in the eyes of Yehovah, and Yehovah gave them into the hand of Midian for 7 years. Later in Judges 6, it came to be when the children of Israel cried out to Yehovah because of Midian, that Yehovah sent a prophet to the children of Israel. Okay, so in Deborah's time, Judges 6 is still in Deborah's time. They were doing evil, and Yehovah gave an enemy to them. Then Yehovah sent a prophet to the children of Israel. Okay, this is a male prophet. In Hebrew, we can distinguish male from female words. That's why we have prophetess sometimes, prophet sometimes, who said to them, thus said Yehovah, Elohim of Israel, I have brought you up from Mitzrayim, I brought you out of the house of bondage. I delivered you out of the hand of the Mitzrites and out of the hand of all your oppressors, drove them out from before you and gave you their land. And I said to you, I am Yehovah your Elohim. Do not fear the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. And you have not obeyed my voice. So what do the prophets come to do? The prophets are there to tell Israel, you're going astray. Return to Yehovah. That's what Deborah was there to tell them. To have a woman as a ruler is a bad thing. To have a woman as a prophet is not a bad thing. Women are prophetesses in Scripture, and that is not a problem. Yehovah raises them up to tell them that Israel's going wrong. We see in 1 Kings 22:14, then Hilkiyahu the priest and Achikam and Achbor and Shaphan and Asaiah went to Huldah the prophetess. Okay, women prophets exist throughout Scripture. Luke 2 verse 36, there was Hannah, a prophetess. These people are prophets of Yehovah. Prophet can come and speak the word and tell people to return to Yehovah, and that can be a man or a woman. 1 Timothy 2:12-15 says, but I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man, rather to be in silence. Controversial statement which we will understand. Because Adam was formed first, then Chava. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman, having been deceived, fell into transgression. And she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in belief and love and set apartness with sensibleness. And we'll look at that verse in a second. Okay, so a woman is not to teach a man or have authority over a man. Head of the woman is the man. That's the natural order of authority. Why? Adam wasn't the one who was deceived. Eve was the one who was deceived. That's the reason that Paul gives. Now, something that we know about women is that they are more agreeable. Generally, they're more agreeable. Not all women are going to be more agreeable than all men. Not all men are going to be less agreeable than all women. But as a general character trait, women are more agreeable. Okay, they also have more of a propensity towards things like compassion, towards children and child rearing. Okay? Women, when they hear things, it seems to be suggested by this, that women are more likely to be deceived by a lie, more likely to receive false doctrine. That seems to be what is implied by this. Paul doesn't go into a great explanation. He just says that the reason is that it was the woman who was deceived and not the man, and that is why they can't teach doctrine. It's down to the men to interpret doctrine, as we'll see. Now it says she shall be saved in childbearing in the Greek. Okay, if you look at this, well, we'll come to the Aramaic in a second. What I want to show you is that Paul, again, is drawing from the commandments to say that women can't teach. Numbers 3:14-16 says, and Yehovah spoke to Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, register the children of Levi by their fathers' houses, by their clans. Register every male from a chodesh old and above. and Moshe registered them according to the word of Yahovah. So who were the teachers in Israel? They were the men. They were the Levites, who were all men. Specifically of the Levites, we're told only the males, register the males to be Levites. They're the ones to be counted as Levites. So Paul is not saying anything different to the Torah. When Yeshua came and he took his disciples, they were all men. All of the kings of Israel, the rulers of Israel, bar Deborah, who came at a time of great disobedience, were all men. Okay, this is what the Aramaic says for that verse. Yet she will live by means of her children if they continue in the faith. So it says women should not teach, but she will live by ways of her children if they continue in the faith. So what's that talking about? Okay. There was a tradition at the time, the culture that they are familiar with, where the people that you teach are your children. Figuratively, they are your children. And we see that all the way through Scripture. 1 John 2:1. My little children, I write this to you. I write to you, little children, because your sins have been forgiven on account of his name. Little children, it is the last hour. And now, little children, stay in him. Little children, let no one lead you astray. Okay, it's not a patronizing phrase to use towards somebody. It's just how it was seen that these people would be, figuratively, your children. So Paul, it seems, is contrasting this with your actual children, who you actually get to teach. So if they continue in the faith, she shall live by means of her children. It was seen as how a person would live on. The things that they taught to their figurative children. My little children, let us not love in word or in tongue, but in deed and in truth. Little children, keep yourselves from idols. Paul also uses this same phrasing, my little children. Okay, so Paul recognizes this. 2 Corinthians 6:13, but for the same reward, I speak as to children. He's not saying you're all idiots. He's not trying to patronize anybody. He's saying this is the relationship here. John 13:33, little children, yet a little while I am with you. So Yeshua uses the same language. So 1 Timothy 2:12-15, putting that understanding in there. But I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man, rather to be in silence. We'll come to being in silence, what that's talking about. Because Adam was formed first, then Chava. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman, having been deceived, fell into transgression. So men are to be the teachers of doctrine. Yet she will live by means of her children if they continue in the belief. So she gets to teach. She gets to teach her children, and she will live on by means of her physical children. Titus 2:3-5 tells us that women can be teachers. Again, okay? Context is important, though. The older women, likewise, are to be set apart in behavior, not slanderers, not given to much wine, teachers of what is good, in order for them to train the young women to love their husbands and to love their children, to be sensible, blameless, workers at home, good, subject to their own husbands, in order that the word of Elohim is not evil spoken of. Okay, so women are to teach. They're to teach their children, and they're to teach the younger women. Okay, so it's not that women can't teach, that women are rubbish at it or anything like that. It's just that when it comes to matters of doctrine, the woman was the one who was deceived. Seems to be something about women where they can be deceived by doctrine in some way or another. Not wanting to speculate too much as to what that is. That's the reason that Paul gives. 1 Corinthians 14:34-35, coming on to the matter of women being silent. Let your women be silent in the assemblies, for they are not allowed to speak, but let them subject themselves, as the Torah also says. If they wish to learn whatever, let them ask from their own husbands at home, for it is improper for women to speak in an assembly. Okay, so the way that people parse these things out, they just chop that bit out of Paul's letter. They don't understand it in the context of what he's saying, and they say women, when they come to church, should shut up. If they want to know anything, they can ask their husbands, and their husbands will tell them it's improper for them to speak. The context is important. What does it mean when Paul says, let them be silent? Does it mean they can't say anything in any circumstance? What then is it, brothers? Whenever you come together, each one has a psalm, each a teaching, has a tongue, has a revelation, has an interpretation. Let all be done for edification. If anyone speaks in a tongue, let there be two or the most three, each in turn, and let one interpret. If there's no interpreter, let him be silent in an assembly. Does that mean he can never speak? There's no interpreter there. Anyone who has a tongue can never say anything. No, the context is important. It's saying if he's got a tongue, let him keep quiet if there's no one there to tell everyone else what it is that he's saying. And let him speak to himself and to Elohim. Let 2 or 3 prophets speak, and let the others discern, remembering that women can be prophets too. And if there should be a revelation to another who sits by, let the first be silent. So if you've got a revelation, and then somebody else has a revelation, let the first be silent. Once you've spoken what you're speaking, you should be silent. Doesn't mean you can never speak in the assembly. It just means in that instance and in that context, you need to shush and let the other person speak. For you are all able to prophesy one by one, so that all learn and all be encouraged. And the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets. For Elohim is not an Elohim of disorder, but of peace, as in all the assemblies of the set apart ones. Let your women be silent in the assemblies, for they're not allowed to speak, but let them subject themselves, as the Torah also says. So what's the context for that? What's it talking about? It's talking about prophecy being given, and then it's to be interpreted according to the word of Elohim. And it's the men who do that. Women can bring forth the prophecies, but they're not to interpret them. They're to be silent, in the same way that one with a tongue has to be silent. In the same way that a prophet who speaks a revelation has to be silent once they've finished and somebody else is speaking, not as an absolute rule for all time. If they wish to learn whatever, let them ask their own husbands at home, for it is improper for women to speak in an assembly. When prophecy is being given and everybody is interpreting it, you can't just chop that out of the scriptures, present it as if it exists in a vacuum. Romans 16 verse 7, okay, says, greet Andronicus and Junius, my relatives and fellow prisoners, who are of note among the apostles, who also were in Messiah before me. So in some texts, this woman's name has been changed to be a masculine name. And the reason that it's been changed is because it says that these two are of note among the apostles. Is that saying that they are apostles, or is it saying that they are of note among them? This was so commonly understood to mean that they were apostles that people changed the woman's name for a masculine name, but that doesn't make any sense. It's not saying that they're apostles. It says that the apostles think highly of them, that they're of note among the apostles. Romans 16, 1-2 says, I commend to you our sister Phoebe, a deacon of the church in Cenchrea. What it should say is, I commend to you Phoebe, our sister, who is a servant of the assembly in Cenchrea. A deacon, and we looked at this, if people are unsure about this, if you go to Torah portion Shmini from this year, I went through the word for deacon and how through the Septuagint and the rest of the scripture, it means a servant. What has happened in the Christian religion, the man-made religion, which has been built on top of the scriptures, is they've made a deacon somebody who leads a church. So when it says that Phoebe was a deacon, they say, here we've got a woman leading a church. But the word diakonos means a servant. Again, Torah portion Shmini for more detail on that. That you receive her in Yehovah, worthy of the set-apart ones. Okay, so women, obviously, if they can be prophets, they can be part of the set-apart nation of Israel. And assist her in whatever matter she has need of you. For she has been a great help to many, including me. She's a servant in the church. She's been a great help to many, including me. She's not a leader of a church. And on the Sabbath day, we went outside the city by a river where there used to be prayer. And having sat down, we were speaking to the women who met there. And a certain woman named Ludia, a seller of purple from the city of Thyatira, worshipping Elohim, was hearing, whose heart the master did open to pay attention to what Shaul said. And when she was immersed in her household, she begged us, saying, if you have judged me to be believing in the master, come to my house and stay. And she urged us. So what people say of this woman is that she had a church in her house and that she was the leader of a church. Not actually suggested by what is said here, but even if it was true and she was leading these people who met there, they were women that met there, so she could lead them and she could teach them. Proverbs 31 verse 13. This is important when we're talking about stuff like this, because what has happened over time is when you start talking about women being subject to husbands, and you talk about women not being leaders and not being teachers, very specific things in the body of Messiah, what creeps in is the idea that women shouldn't work, they should stay home, and they should do all the housework and all of this other stuff. That's not actually scriptural. It doesn't follow on from the teaching of scriptures, apart from possibly in the fallen mind or in the mind that knows this tradition. This is what it says about women in Proverbs 31. Verse 13 says, she shall seek wool and flax. With delight, she works with her hands. Okay, maybe she's working at home. Verse 15 says, she also rises while it is still night and provides food for her household and a portion for her girls. And she shall consider a field and buy it. From her profits, she shall plant a vineyard. Okay, so now she's buying property and she's conducting business and she's using her profits. She shall stretch out her hands to the distaff, and her hand shall hold the spindle. She shall extend her hand to the poor. She shall reach out with her hands to the needy, which is exactly what Paul says when he says you shall work with your hands so that you can provide to others, to the poor and to the needy. She shall make tapestry for herself. She's dressed in fine linen and purple. She shall make fine linen and sell them. And she shall give girdles for the merchants. This is a woman who's working and conducting business. She's buying property and she's trading. 1 Peter 3, 1-7. Important consideration for wives. Okay, because on either side of this, there tends to be men who are like, yes, women should be subject to the men. They should just shut up and they should do the housework and they should do this, that, and the other. Men get all carried away by this. Women also get carried away with this idea. Women can be leaders. Women can be teachers. It's all about feminism. The feminist ideas creep in. Okay, in the same way, wives, be subject to your own husbands, so that if any are disobedient to the word, okay, so it's talking about men being disobedient to the word, you don't say, oh, they're disobedient, I'm not listening to them, they don't have any authority. They, without a word, might be won by the behavior of their wives. Remembering that Paul was an apostle to the Gentiles and Peter was an apostle to the Jews. He's talking to people who believe the word of Elohim here. Having seen your blameless behavior in fear, Your adornment should not be outward, arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on dresses, but the hidden man of the heart with the incorruptible ornament of a meek and peaceable spirit, which is of great value before Elohim. It's not saying that beautifying yourself is wrong. What it's saying is that's not where your beauty should stem from. That's not where your adornment comes from. Your adornment is first the incorruptible ornament of a meek and peaceable spirit, one who is in subjection to their husband. That's of great value before Elohim. Don't be seeking your value from how your hair's arranged or anything like that. Not that you can't arrange your hair, just that that's not what your adornment is. For in this way, in former times, the set-apart women who trusted in Elohim also adorn themselves with a meek and peaceable spirit, being subject to their own husbands. As Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him master, of whom you became children of Sarah, doing good and not frightened by any fear. Of course, we're children of Sarah and we're children of Abraham. In the same way, husbands, live understandingly together, giving respect to the wife as to the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the favor of life, so that your prayers are not hindered. You don't get this right, your prayers are going to be hindered. Okay, so women, let's have this meek and peaceable spirit, and that's to be their adornment. They're to be subject to their husbands, under their husband's authority, even if their husband is disobedient to the word. It's not an excuse. A lot of women use that as an excuse, and they say, oh, well, he's not even following the word himself. Why should I follow the word and be subject to him? Okay? But in the same way, husbands live understandingly together and give respect to the wife as the weaker vessel. Speaking of being heirs together, in Genesis 3:16 it says, to the woman he said, I greatly increase your sorrow and your conception, bring forth children in pain, and your desire is toward your husband, and he does rule over you. So this husbands ruling over their wives is a part of the curse. Okay? Doesn't mean that you can just shirk it and say, well, it's not how it was originally supposed to be, so I'm going to ignore it. It's part of the curse that's given. In Revelation 22, verse 3, it tells us, no longer shall there be any curse in the millennium. Okay, so in the millennium, things are not going to be in the same way. Okay, can women be rulers in the millennium then? Blessed and set apart is the one having part in the first resurrection. Okay, that's men and women, heirs together. The second death possesses no authority over these, but they shall be priests of Elohim and of Messiah, and shall reign with him, men and women. All the children of Israel will reign with Messiah 1,000 years. So in the millennium, there will be no curse. At the moment, there is. The millennium, we're possibly going to have women teachers. We're certainly going to have women leaders. So where we kind of looked at women in leadership, that was when it was saying that somebody who is emasculated cannot be a part of the leadership. It also mentioned, I can't remember what the verse was that came after it. I can't even go back to it now. But it continues with this. Okay, it talks about an Ammonite or a Moabite does not enter the assembly of Yehovah. Anybody watching online, if you can go back to verse 2, you'll know the verse I was referencing. I'm going to speak about it all in one when we look at Isaiah 56. Even a 10th generation of them does not ever enter the assembly of Yehovah. Okay, so it's saying these people can never be a part of the leadership, because they did not meet you with bread and water on the way when you came out of Mitzrayim, because they hired against you Bilam, son of Beor, from Pethor of Aram Naharaim, to curse you. Okay, so we have a description of people here who should not be in leadership. But Yahovah your Elohim has refused to listen to Bilam, and Yahovah your Elohim does turn for you the curse into a blessing for you, because Yahovah your Elohim loves you. Do not seek their peace, nor their good, all your days forever. So this is talking about a foreigner. Okay, the verse that we looked at of people becoming emasculated, that would include eunuchs. It would directly describe eunuchs, in fact. For thus said Yahovah, to the eunuchs who cherish my Sabbaths and have chosen what pleases me and hold fast to my covenant, to them I have given in my house and within my walls a place and a name better than that of sons and daughters. I give them an everlasting name that is not cut off. Also the sons of the foreigner who join themselves to Yahovah to serve him, to love the name of Yahovah, to be his servants, all who cherish the Sabbath, not profane it, and hold fast to my covenant. Them I have brought to my set-apart mountain. Let them rejoice in the house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices are to be accepted on my altar, for my house is called a house of prayer for all the peoples. So all of these people groups were able to come and be a part of a covenant with Yahovah. What they couldn't do is be leadership in Israel. Verse 7 says, do not loathe an Edomite, for he is your brother. Do not loathe a Mitzrite, because you are a stranger in his land. The children of the third generation born to them do enter the assembly of Yahovah. This shows us, again, that it's not talking about being a part of Israel. This is talking about being a part of the leadership. Otherwise, when it says the third generation born to them enters into the assembly, then you wouldn't know what that's talking about. Is it just the third generation of Edomites that's ever existed on the earth? You go to an Edomite and you say, oh, you can't be a part of Israel. And they say, but I've had 3 generations in my family. You go, oh, okay, then go on. No, it's talking about when people become a part of Israel and then they have generations from that point. Once they are a part of the people, then they can become part of leadership. Okay, the Ammonites and the Moabites, they cannot ever become a part of the leadership. Even unto the 10th generation is the figurative phrase that's used. Here, you wait till the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation of the Edomites who've become a part of Israel, or the Egyptians who've become a part of Israel, they can enter into leadership. Now this command here, do not loathe an Edomite, for he is your brother. This is something that when we understand who the Edomites are today, as we've looked at before, we can be guilty of. We can be guilty of saying, well, that person's not my brother. Deuteronomy 3 verse 8 says, and when we pass beyond our brothers, the descendants of Esav, Numbers 20:14, Moshe sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. This is what your brother Israel said. But Edom said to him, you do not pass over through me. Okay, speaking of the singular, Edom and his brother Israel are the people of Israel and the descendants of Esav, lest I come out against you with the sword. And the children of Israel said to him, okay, so Edom said to him, said to who? Jacob, or Israel, the children of Israel, who have a brother who is Edom. And we're told, do not hate Edom, because he is your brother. Okay, so we need to understand who Edom is spiritually. See to it that no one falls short of the favor of Elohim, that no root of bitterness springing up causes trouble. Root of bitterness, disobedience in the scriptures, by which many become defiled, lest there be anyone who fornicates or profane one like Esav, who for a single meal sold his birthright. For you know that afterward, when he wished to inherit the blessing, he was rejected, for he found no place for repentance, though he sought it with tears. Okay, so those who are figuratively children of Abraham are the ones who do the work of Abraham. Those who are figuratively children of Esau are them who figuratively do the works of Esau. So people who are willing to give up the birthright, okay, for some kind of physical comfort or whatever it is, spiritually, they are children of Esau. And yet, they are our brothers. And that's important for us to recognize. Those people who are disobedient and who will give up the word and the inheritance and the blessing for the sake of some piffle, they're still our brothers. Isaiah 66, 5-6 says, "Hear the word of Yehovah, you who tremble at his word. Your brothers who hate you, who cast you out for my name's sake, said, let Yehovah be esteemed, so that we see your joy. But they are put to shame." So they're our brothers, and they hate us. Okay, and they might cast us out. Those who tremble at his word, those who are obedient, cast them out. A roaring sound from the city, a voice from the temple, the voice of Yehovah repaying his enemies. Yehovah says that he hates Edom and that he loves Yaakov. But we are not to do that. In the same way that Yehovah is the one who takes vengeance, and we are not the ones to take vengeance. So people who are called brothers to us, they might hate us and cast us out for the sake of us following his name, because we tremble at his word. But they're still our brothers, and we're not to hate them. They're Edom, but we're not to hate them. 1 Corinthians 6, 5-8 says, "I say this to your shame. Is it so that there is not a wise one among you, not even one who shall be able to judge between his brothers?" We're talking about brothers here. "But brother against brother goes to be judged, and that before unbelievers. Already then there is a failure with you, that you have lawsuits among you. Why not rather be wronged? Why not rather be cheated by your brothers?" They're still called brothers though. "But you yourselves do wrong and cheat, and that to your brothers." It doesn't make someone not your brother because they're disobedient. They're still your brothers. Hebrews 2, 11-12 says, "For both he who sets apart and those being set apart are all of one. For which reason he is not ashamed to call them brothers, saying, I shall announce your name to my brothers. In the midst of the congregation, I shall sing praise to you." So some people he is ashamed to call brothers. The ones who are obedient, he is not ashamed to call brothers. So some may be called brother. They might be disobedient. That doesn't mean that they're not your brother. It just means that they're disobedient, and that has its own outcome. Okay? Charlie's taught recently on what it is to be in Christ or in Messiah. Okay, being in Christ or in Messiah is to be obedient to him. But you've got two brothers. You've got Jacob and you've got Edom. Okay? One of them is in Christ. One of them is Israel. The other is not. But they're both brothers still. Romans 9, 6-7 says, "However, it is not as though the word of Elohim has failed, for they're not all Yisrael who are of Yisrael." Okay? Remember, you can be called Israel, but not actually be Israel in Yehovah's sight. It says, "Neither are they all children, because they're the seed of Abraham, but in Yitzchak your seed shall be called." Okay? Yitzchak. Who were Yitzchak's children? They were Jacob and they were Esau, Israel and Edom. In Yitzchak your seed shall be called. Many are called, but few are chosen. But they are still our brothers. Galatians 3:28-29, there is not Yahudite nor Greek, there is not slave nor free, there's not male or female, for you are all one in Messiah, Yeshua. And if you are of Messiah, then you are the seed of Abraham. You do the works of Abraham and heirs according to the promise. If you're in Messiah, then you are obedient. Okay, so there's a difference between being someone's brother and both of you being in Messiah. Yitzchak had 2 children. In Yitzchak your seed shall be called. Many are called, few are chosen. Edom are not going to be the ones who are chosen. Edom are not in Christ. Edom are our brothers, and we are not to hate them. When the army goes out against your enemies, then you have guarded yourselves from every evil matter. When there is any man among you who is not clean because of an emission in the night, then he has gone outside the camp. Let him not come into the midst of the camp. Okay, so when you've gone out against your enemies, if someone's made unclean, make sure that they're put outside the camp. Usually, people have to be put outside the camp because Yehovah is in their midst in the temple. It has been at the turning of evening that he bathed with water, and at the going in of the sun, let him come into the midst of the camp. And you have had a place outside the camp where you have gone out. And you have had the sharp implement among your equipment, and it has been when you sit down outside that you have dug with it and turned and covered your excrement. For Yehovah your Elohim walks in the midst of the camp to deliver you and give your enemies over to you. Therefore your camp shall be set apart. So just like when Yehovah is in the temple, when he's in the midst of Israel, when they go out against their enemies, you still have to follow clean and unclean. And when you're out somewhere, then maybe they weren't going to be burying their excrement. But because Yehovah's in their midst, they have to do this. Okay? Talking about physical uncleanness here. Leviticus 15:31 tells us that we have to keep the laws of clean and unclean in the physical, lest they die in their uncleanness when they defile my dwelling place, which is in their midst. Again, Yehovah, when they went out with the army, was actually physically in their midst. It's worth mentioning briefly that people confuse this with Yehovah dwelling in our midst, his spirit dwelling in our midst. So do we have to be clean according to the laws of clean and unclean? Well, no. We have to be spiritually clean. We can't be spiritually unclean for him to dwell in our midst, but it tells us as much in Scripture. So we shouldn't confuse the physical with the spiritual. When he was physically in their midst, when they were dwelling in Jerusalem, or when his tabernacle was in their midst, and when they went out to war and he was physically in their midst again, and he was going to drive out their enemies, they had to observe the laws of clean and unclean. Verse 15 says, you do not hand over to his master the slave who has escaped from his master to you. Let him dwell with you in your midst in the place which he chooses, within one of your gates where it is pleasing to him. Do not oppress him. People have a problem. Oh, the Bible talks about slavery. This is a terrible thing. Yehovah is up for slavery and people being kidnapped and stolen from people and being held against their will. Obviously not the case. If a slave was to leave their master, you weren't to return them to them by force. That's not, our concept of slavery is not their concept of slavery, or certainly not Yehovah's concept of slavery. None of the daughters of Yisrael is to be a cult prostitute, nor any of the sons of Yisrael be a cult prostitute. Do not bring the gift of a whore or the pay of a dog to the house of Yehovah your Elohim for any vowed offering. For both of these are an abomination to Yehovah your Elohim. I've done this thing, it's wrong. Surely it's good for me to bring this to Yehovah as an offering. Now the Torah tells us your morality is not Yehovah's morality. He wants none of that. Do not lend interest to your brother. Interest of silver, interest of food, or interest of whatever is lent at interest. To a foreigner you lend the interest, but to your brother you do not lend the interest, so that Yehovah your Elohim might bless you in all that you put your hand to in the land which you are entering to possess. Again, the question of, because you're permitted to do something, if it is wrong to do it to your brother, would you then do it to a Gentile just because you can? Like, you can't offer things which are blemished to anybody, but you can do it for one certain type of offering. If it's unacceptable to Yehovah, would you do it just because you're allowed to? I would say not. And Yeshua, when he taught, he said to treat everyone the same as you would want to be treated. When you make a vow to Yehovah your Elohim, do not delay to pay it, for Yehovah your Elohim is certainly requiring of you, and it shall be sin in you. But when you abstain from vowing, it is not sin in you. Very simple. Don't make vows to Yehovah. If you abstain from vowing something, that's not sin. But if you vow something and don't do it, that would be sin. That which is gone from your lips, you shall guard and do, for you voluntarily vowed to Yehovah your Elohim what you have promised with your mouth. Okay, the way that Yeshua says this is, he says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. Do what comes from your mouth. Verse 24 says, when you come into your neighbor's vineyard, you shall eat to the satisfaction of your desire, but do not put any in a receptacle of yours. When you come into your neighbor's standing grain, you shall pluck the heads with your hand, but do not use a sickle on your neighbor's standing grain. Okay, again, this is justice. This is what is right. People might have a different morality. They might say, oh, I'm not going to go and do that. That would be stealing. Or look at that person doing that in my vineyard. That's them stealing from me. Yehovah just says, these are the ways that are right. Taking the time to reflect on them and to put our own morality aside allows us to learn many things. When a man takes a wife and shall marry her, then it has been, if she finds no favor in his eyes, because he has found a matter of uncoveredness in her, idea being, briefly, this is adultery, and he has written her a certificate of divorce and put it in her hand and sent her out of his house. And if she's left his house and went and become another man's wife, the latter husband has hated her and written her a certificate of divorce and put it in her hand and sent her out of his house. When the latter husband dies, who took her to be his wife, then her former husband who sent her away is not allowed to take her back to be his wife after she has been defiled, for that would be an abomination before Yehovah. Do not bring sin on the land which Yehovah your Elohim is giving you as an inheritance. So to do so would be sin. However, things are complicated, aren't they? I've known of this situation happening and people saying, so you're telling me that the Torah says that I cannot remarry my original husband, even though I realized that this was a big mistake and this, that, and the other. When it comes to issue of who you can divorce, who you can remarry, all of those sorts of things, we can always think of justifications in our own heads for why it would be appropriate to do it, one thing or another. But it doesn't matter our morality, doesn't matter what we think is right and that we think it fits that situation. We need to be careful to be obedient. When a man has taken a new wife, let him not go out into the army, nor let any matter be imposed upon him. He shall be exempt for 1 year for the sake of his home, to rejoice with his wife whom he has taken. So to Yehovah, he says, it's really important. It's obviously really important. He's enshrined it in law here for nobody to ask anything of the couple for that year afterwards. He says that this is very important. People can think in their heads that they've got a justified reason to impose upon the couple that one of them has to do something, that they have to be split for something or other, and they can have all these justifications in their head why that's a good thing. Again, but we have to always submit these things to Yehovah's justice. Always looking at these things and being careful. Being careful when we're reading these things that we acknowledge, first of all, our guilt before Yehovah in that we would do things differently. That some of these things don't make sense to us. And perhaps we've done some of these things in the past. It's important, though, to always acknowledge one's guilt. That's the guilt offering that is to be made to Yehovah, accompanied by the sin offering, which is repentance and is turning from it. The problem is, people don't make that guilt offering. They won't acknowledge that they're wrong in the things that they've done, and they'll put their morality above Yehovah's, and then they get all of the twisting, and the science says this and science says that. No one takes in pledge the lower or upper millstone, for he would be taking a life in pledge. Yeah, but if I don't take a pledge, then maybe that person's not going to pay this back to me. You've got to take a pledge when you're taking a debt. I'm giving them £50,000 and you're saying I can't even take a pledge. Yes, that's exactly right. When a man is found kidnapping any of his brothers of the children of Israel and treats him harshly or sells him, then that kidnapper shall die. Thus you shall purge the evil from your midst. Oh, but it's Matt. He was kidnapping someone, but he didn't really mean to. He was trying to be really nice to them, really. If you understand, Matt's a lovely guy. No. If he's kidnapped them, he's put to death. Sorry, your eye does not pity them. Again, though, we can see that Yehovah's idea of slavery is not the idea that we have of slavery, of taking people captive and selling them. And this is interesting. Take heed in an outbreak of Sara'at to diligently guard and do according to all that the priests, the Levites, teach you. As I've commanded them, so you shall cherish to do. Remember what Yehovah your Elohim did to Miriam on the way when you came out of Mitzrayim. Okay, we've looked at this issue before, that outbreaks of Sara'at follow disobedience to men of Elohim, always throughout the scriptures. And we're told here, when you have an outbreak of Sara'at, make sure that you guard to do according to everything that the priests and the Levites tell you to do, because that's the cause of Sara'at. You're probably not doing that, so be careful in this instance to do according to everything that they say to do. Now, I recommend that people would watch Torah portion Tazria and Metzorah. Can't remember what year it's from. I think it's 1718, but it's got that as a thumbnail. Very much recommend that people would go and watch that teaching to understand that these things come as a result of disobedience to men of Elohim. When you lend your brother a loan, do not go into his house to get his pledge. Stand outside and let the man to whom you lend bring the pledge out to you. And if the man is poor, do not sleep with his pledge. By all means, return the pledge to him at sundown, and he shall sleep in his own garment and shall bless you, and it shall be righteousness to you before Yehovah your Elohim. But they were taking ages. I'd been stood there for ages, and all I did was go in just to say this or to say that. No. People are quite happy to shout down the word of Elohim and shout over it their justification for doing this or for doing that. It is so incredibly common, okay? And it applies to all of these rules. This is what really stood out to me as I was going through these. I was like, this is the root of disobedience. People just putting themselves and their own values above the word. Do not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy of your brothers and of the strangers who is in your land within your gates. Give him his wages on the same day. Do not let the sun go down on it, for he is poor and lifts up his soul to it, so that he does not cry out against you to Yehovah. It shall be sin in you. If somebody's needy, make sure you give them the money on the same day. Don't sit in your position of, comfort and say, oh, I'll give him it tomorrow. It's interesting that it says to give him his wages on the same day and to not let the sun go down on it. Okay? Implying, obviously, that if you let the sun go down on it, it's not the same day anymore. Fathers are not put to death for their children. Children are not put to death for their fathers. Each is to die for his own sin. And if that confuses you, why Yeshua died for our sins, I would say to watch Butchered Doctrine Part 1, The Atonement. Because the simple misunderstanding that people have about what Yeshua did causes people to misapply this scripture Or if you look for the End from the Beginning Conference Part 1, and you have to search that exact term for some reason, you'll get teaching on this and what Yeshua did for us as a totality. Do not twist the judgment of a stranger or the fatherless, nor take the garment of a widow. But you have remembered that you were a slave in Mitzrayim, and that Yehovah, your Elohim, does ransom you from there. Therefore, I am commanding you to do this word. I'm coming to a close. When you reap your harvest in the field and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, do not go back to get it. Let it be for the stranger, for the fatherless, for the widow, so that Yehovah your Elohim might bless you in the work of your hands. When you beat your olive trees, do not examine the branch behind you. Let it be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, do not glean behind you. Let it be for the father, for the stranger, fatherless, and for the widow. If you have remembered that you were a slave in the land of Mitzrayim, therefore I am commanding you to do this word, whatever your own morality is on the situation, whether you think that's a great thing to do or not. When there is a dispute between men, and they have come unto judgment, and they have been judged, and the righteous declared righteous, and the wrongdoer declared wrong, and it has been, if the wrongdoer is to be beaten, again, that's how you punish your children, you nakah them, that the judge has caused him to lie down and be beaten in his presence, with the number of blows according to his wrong. 40 blows he gives him, but no more, lest he beat him with many more blows than these, and your brother is lightly esteemed before your eyes. So again, this is an appropriate punishment in this situation. Maybe you don't think the criminals should be beaten. It's irrelevant. Do not muzzle an ox while it is threshing. Okay, we see how Paul applies that in his letter to the Corinthians. When brothers dwell together and one of them has died and has no son, the widow of the dead man is not without to a stranger. Her husband's brother does go into her and has taken her as a wife. Now, this is one that's going to challenge some people's morality, isn't it? What? Her husband's brother's to go in and she's to be his wife? I'm not sure that I agree with that. Perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. And it has been that the firstborn son which she bears does rise up for the name of his dead brother, and his name is not blotted out of Israel. But if the man does not desire to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate to the elders and say, my husband's brother refuses to raise up a name to his brother in Israel. He does not agree to perform the duty of my husband's brother. The elders of the city have called for him and spoken to him, and he has stood and said, I have no desire to take her. Then his brother's wife has come to him in the presence of the elders, removed his sandal from his foot, has spat in his face, and answered and said, thus it is done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. Culturally, this was a sign of shame. In Israel, his name has been called the house of him who had his sandal removed. It's going to sound very bizarre, but culturally, this would make sense. This was a shame to people. When men fight against one another and the wife of one has drawn near to rescue her husband from the hand of the one attacking him and has put out her hand and seized him by the genitals, then you've cut off her hand, your eye does not pardon. I'm not sure that my morality agrees with that. I'm not sure that's right. All I was doing was I was rescuing my husband. Somebody had attacked my husband. I was just rescuing him. I didn't really do any harm. Yehovah and his system of justice is absolutely distinct from our cultural sense of what is right and our own morality. And laws like this really go towards hammering that point home. Okay, you can think something might be a lesser law or something that is more easy to understand and you just disagree with it a bit. But laws like this show you that our morality and what we might instinctively think to be right and emotionally think to be right is not correct. And we have a very stark choice. We can either accept these things or we can reject them. But we shouldn't delude ourselves into thinking that we've accepted Yehovah and his word when we reject parts of it and claim our morality to be above his. You have not in your bag differing weights, a heavy and a light. You have not had in your house differing measures, a large and a small. You have had a perfect and right weight, a perfect and right measure, so that they prolong your days on the soil, which Yehovah your Elohim is giving you. Another command which is given with promise. For all who do these and all who do unrighteously are an abomination to Yehovah your Elohim. You might think that you've got the perfect justification for judging one thing differently than you would judge another, judging behavior in one person to be right when it will come to another person and you would judge that behavior to be wrong. Our standards and the way that we measure things and that we judge things is to be accurate and just one thing to another. You don't favor the rich, you don't favor the poor, you don't favor a person that you like, you don't go against the person that you don't like. All is just and all is to be followed in exactly the same way. And that is the end of the Torah portion, I was going to say. Right, last command. Remember what Amalek did to you on the way as you were coming out of Mitzrayim. He met you on the way and attacked your back. All the feeble ones in your rear, when you were tired and weary, he did not fear Elohim. Therefore it has been in Yehovah your Elohim's giving you rest from your enemies all around in the land which Yehovah your Elohim is giving you to possess as an inheritance, that you blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens. Do not forget. We're not surrounded by Amalekites, but just the same as the ones who did not come out and give bread and water, we can look to the spiritual descendants of Amalek and we can say, people who act in this way, they are not favored in the eyes of Elohim. And that is the end of the Torah portion. So let's pray. Father, thank you that you've given us just ways, that you've given us something from which we can tell what right and wrong is, and that we don't have to lean on our own understandings and our own morality or debate with anybody about what right and wrong is to know. I pray, Father, that if there are people who are conflicted about what your word says, because their own morality is different from yours, that you would you'd help them along, Father, that you would open their eyes to the fact that they're being stubborn and they're being wicked and that they are rejecting you and your Torah, and that you would you'd give them that clear and stark choice. I thank you that you are someone who is worthy of us emulating, worthy of us wanting to be like, and that you are not a cruel Elohim who is without compassion, and that you would ask things of us that are not good. I thank you that we can see wondrous things from your Torah, and that we can meditate upon it and to understand who you are and what is right in your eyes better. That you've given us the means to do this, the means to discover who you are. Thank you, Father.